Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Vice Mayor London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have a quorum. Reverend Assistis is not with us this evening. Reverend Assistis is not with us this evening. No.
We can't hear Councilmember London or Vice Mayor London.
Vice Mayor, you need to unmute your. Yes. I just unmuted. Okay. The first item, Mr. Vice Mayor, is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is brief comments by council. Start with Ignacio.
I can't hear.
Oh.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
No.
1, 2, 3. No?
Can you hear?
I can hear you.
I can hear you, Councilmember London.
Did you clean your ears before you?
Sometimes you have to press this.
Sorry.
Press this button on the line of the cord.
You know, it'd be helpful.
I can hear you.
It'd be helpful if we do this before we get here. Please. We go through this every meeting.
The what? I put. Sorry.
That's okay. Sticky fingers.
Can you hear another Luis?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Nas, you have no comments? Allison? We'll roll in a second. Allison, any comments? Frank?
We can't hear you, Councilmember Kaplan.
Somebody just said they can't hear you. I can hear you fine.
No, I can't. We can only hear you in person.
You're not coming in through the microphone. Can you hear me or no?
Yes. No.
No.
It's still not working.
Brett introduced.
Yes.
Now we can hear you.
At the library presentation, Brett introduced, and I agreed with this, the idea of commenting on design. In the library support reso that I'd like to keep in the consent agenda, would you agree to include a point about participating in the design discussions consistent with Brett's?
But do you want to pull it? Do you want to pull that?
Actually,
It doesn't consent agenda.
I wanted to pull it from the consent agenda to discuss a little bit.
Okay, you want to pull it? Great. Okay, it takes care of that.
But this is brief comments by council.
Sorry.
But brief comments by good. Okay. And
Luis, do you have any? What? Well, we could have a comment. We could congratulate a young lady sitting to my left. Her name is Jocelyn.
wow.
And everybody, give her a big round of applause. Today's her birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn. Happy birthday to you. Hey.
Thank you.
She's now 21 years old. She's legal and she can work for the village. Any comments, Luis? Thank you. Okay, now.
I know that Mayor Davey had a brief comment.
Sorry?
Peter was going to
I
present.
couldn't understand you. We have to listen to him still? He's not here. Okay. Michael.
I'll be putting up his video short within the next few seconds.
It's a video.
Yep.
It's a brief comments via video. So Peter's going to post it.
Are we waiting for him?
Yes, he's doing it right now.
Okay. There he goes.
This is our last council meeting at which we will have.
Oh, the volume's too low.
Yeah, we can't hear.
This was he reading his lips?
Thank you.
Oh. All right. Am I on the screen now? All right. Escape.
So this is our last council meeting at which we will have Chief Charles Press as our acting police chief here in the village of Key Biscayne. And since I'm not there, I just want to say a few quick words to thank him for everything he has done for this community to make it the incredibly vibrant, incredibly safe place that it is. Thank you for all your hard work, all your efforts to put in the different programs, to come to these meetings, to deal with us as a council and previous councils, to do your best to ensure that this community could be the best that it could be. We're going to miss you here on Key Biscayne. I'm sorry I'm not going to be there for the 25th, but I'm hoping to get together with you when I get back so you and I can share a beer and maybe talk about how much better the Mets are than the Yankees. Anyway, I wish you all the best. You've been such an incredible asset to this community, and I wanted you to know that in our last official meeting. So take care, and we'll be talking.
Did everybody able to hear that in the audience or not?
Yeah, we were able
This
to hear
side,
it.
yes. This side, no. Okay. Well, we'll play it at the end of the meeting, so anybody wants to hear it again, they can hear it. Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, and withdrawals. The agenda. All right. 7C.
7B, the kite will be combined at the beginning.
We can't hear Councilmember
Okay.
Laredo.
So far, we're removing 7C. Ignacio?
Just Luis, you can't be heard. Nobody can hear you. No.
You want to hear me if I speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, basically, he wanted to combine the kite surfing with the manager's report.
I was going to have the same suggestion. Yes. I have an addition to the agenda
Fine.
to a discussion item. I would like to add, I guess it's going to be, it'll be 12B4.
12B4.
Key Biscayne Community, Key Biscayne Community School, K through 8.
Okay.
KBCS.
So that's going to be after 12B4, right?
That'll be
12B4, got it.
4B4.
Okay, Ignacio.
And if I make a suggestion, Ed, Mr. Vice Mayor, your issue 12B2 and mine 12B1.
Oh, 1 second. I'm sorry, repeat it, I didn't hear you.
Your agenda item, golf cart inspection 12B2 and mine 12B1 really are, I was going to talk about what you're going to talk about, so I wouldn't mind combining them and just do it together.
I was, Mike Davey requested that we defer the golf cart till he's back. Do you have any objection?
I would have a problem with that. I don't think we're going to decide anything today. I think it is a big and important enough item that furthering the discussion today would help. Also, because it is Chief Press's last day, I would like his input and expertise in the discussion that we're going to have. After today, the next meeting, we're going to have an interim police chief, and who knows how much tread we're going to get in the future. I'm not proposing we make a decision today, but I would like to continue the discussion.
Okay. Any other additions, deletions? Anybody else? All right, so we're now, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Manager has it.
Sorry.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to add to the manager's report, section H, which is sidewalks, for the safe routes, to school discussion.
That would be 8F.
Section H.
H. Okay. And that was 8H, correct?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
passed out the.
Okay, fine.
It went out on Friday, but I want to make sure it's officially on the agenda. That's section H.
So difficult with the damn thing. Any other additions, deletions, substitutions?
Move to approve.
Hearing none? No
All those
objection?
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item, Mr. Vice Mayor, is public comments.
Okay, the public comments, I have two people for public comments. First one looks like Xavier. I can't read the last name. Xavier, you're here? Okay.
Xavier, it's you, Seb. Come on up. He doesn't have a thing on.
That's right. I know Steve. Sir, state your name and address. And you have 3 minutes, and I'll notify when you're 30 seconds
And your
left.
address?
795 Allendale. Been living in the island.
You have to put it on.
Living in the island for the last 25 years. And I've been kiting for many, many years. First in Crandon, then in Key Biscayne, and I'm in between these two places. And I was planning to talk at the end just to say thank you for being here today with us, to have spent a lot of time. Stephen, thank you very much for your time, the Chief of Police, all the people that came to talk with us and are concerned about the situation of kite. You will have other presentation. Fernando represent us, the part of the community, and others that will talk. But basically, I was planning to talk at the end to say thank you, because kitesurf is a reality today in all around the world. We're not doing anything different in what you're gonna hear from things that happen in other beaches all around the world. When you arrive to Miami, the first pictures that you see when you pick up your luggage are paddle boarders and kite surfers on the screen, on the airport banners. So we appreciate very much the time you spend with us, and just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question? Did you say thank you?
He did.
I need a recess. I call for a recess.
Listen, don't have a heart attack on us. Thank you very much. I can't carry. You're too heavy.
Bye.
Next gentleman, Landy Ibarra. Lady, I'm sorry. Lottie, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I would never mistake you once I look at you. You have 3 minutes. I'll notify you when you have 30 seconds left.
Hi, I'm Laudi Ibarra, 482 Frontwood Road. I'm here because I wanted to address a concern that it's been going on with the public school. I just come for help and to see how we can work as a community to help out the school. All we've been hearing is cutting programs, firing people that have been working there for years and are amazing employees. So if any of you can join, like Allison McCormick was there on the last Educational Advisory Board meeting, and can help out to come up with ideas or things that help out our community so we don't lose all the programmings that we already have in the school. The school has been amazing in A school for many years, and I feel that it needs support from the village. So if we can help out as much as we can, it would be amazing. Thank you so much. Lauredo, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Steve, you're the third speaker. Would you rather wait until the manager makes his presentation, discuss the sidewalks? At that time, I think it'd be more relevant, okay? Does anybody else want to, any more comments from me? No more public comments?
Yes, Pete to read the number.
Sure.
Yes.
Pete, is anybody on the phone?
Mr. Vice Manager, I have two people raising their hands. Our first is Ceci Sanchez.
Pete, could you just tell people how to do it? I'm hearing former council member Petros would like to speak, but she can't seem to find the number, and I don't think we have the instruction.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching us at home on channel 77 on Comcast, on channel 99 on AT&T Uverse, or streaming us live via our website, if you wish to speak at this meeting, please call the following phone number, 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you that are currently in the meeting and do wish to speak, please dial *9 on your telephones, or if you're using the Zoom app, please raise your hand. Mr. Vice Mayor, our first speaker is Ceci Sanchez.
Thank you, Ceci.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Ceci Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive, and I'm calling regarding the skateboard park. Apparently, I'm reading that sometime in March, some citizens or some residents came before the village or to Todd and requested a desire to have a skateboard park, and to the tune of $350,000. I would like to know how many residents are expressing a desire to have this park at that cost. I used to travel twice before COVID, twice a day in front of the temporary skateboard or that we used to have at 5:30, and I hardly saw anyone using it. Now, my concern is youth that want to have activities, especially in the evening. I want to know, why do you think that having the skate place is going to guarantee the youth to use it for us to have to make the space and spend that kind of money? Is this an evening activity that we want, especially with the noise a skateboard park is going to create? And where is this going to go? I hope it's not at 5:30. I hope 5:30 is our park, a village park for everybody to use. How about asking the youth to come and create a group and let them tell you and us what exactly do they want so that they're not bored at night? How about closing around the Monaco fountain Friday and Saturday evenings for them to gather there in front of the police and fire? Let them do it there. Let them bring a disc jockey if it's necessary. But involve the youth. Let's not start spending money. Let's not start destroying parks that we already have. Please, let's get the youth involved. Let's get the churches involved and the yacht club and the beach club. Let everybody get together and see how can we help the youth be entertained in the evening so they stop doing mischief. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci. Any other?
Mr.
Peter?
Vice Mayor, we have two more callers. Our next caller will be telephone number ending in 977. Caller, if you wish to speak, please dial *6 on your telephone now. Caller, you are live.
Hello. Hello, hi. My name is Nina Wallen, 270 Hampton Lane, Key Biscayne, Florida, 33149. I am not here just for myself. I am the author of a petition to open up the community center for all Key Biscayne residents. This petition has gathered over 368 signatures from other families here on Key Biscayne that are in full support and have the following questions that we would like the council to address this evening. 1, why isn't the Key Biscayne Community Center open to all Key Biscayne residents during normal hours? We seem to only have access after 4 p.m. during the week and on Saturday. This is not the norm. The Key Biscayne Community Center summer camp has been given priority to the entire facility without consideration for the rest of the community. This does not make sense, specifically considering that the summer camp this year is limited in capacity to approximately 40 kids, as opposed to a regular amount of 100 in previous years. This is a negligible percentage of residents who are being prioritized over the majority of residents, all of which have the right to access and enjoy this facility. Second question, why is the community center closed on Sundays when it used to always be available to the residents all weekend long? Third question, last but not least, please explain why you are acting in contradiction to your previous communication to the community during the May 18th council meeting. At that meeting, Council Member Segurola inquired on the specifics of the village's policy in regards to COVID-19 restrictions within village property. At that time, the village manager and mayor made it clear that the policy was to only strongly encourage measures such as masks, as opposed to require or mandate these measures. However, your website clearly contradicts the policy that was communicated to us by expressly stating that kids are required to wear a mask in summer camp. We deserve an explanation from you on how this does not violate the governor's executive orders.
There's 30 seconds left.
In anticipation of you referencing CDC guidelines as justification, I would remind you that CDC guidelines are just that, guidelines from a federal entity that does not have jurisdiction over the state of Florida. And however, the state of Florida governor's executive orders are direct orders from your commissioning officer. These questions have been emailed to the village clerk so that she may distribute them to the rest of you. We look forward to hearing an explanation from you this evening.
Thank you very much.
Gina.
Peter, any other comments, public comments?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we have one more caller. Caller with the telephone number ending in 979. Please dial *6 on your telephone now. Caller, you are live.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Ed. This is Katie Petros, 375 Redwood Lane. I hope you're all doing well, and thank you for taking my comments. I just wanted to state two things. First of all, I know that the resolution in support of the library is up tonight. I think all of you know what an advocate I am for this initiative, and I hope you all unanimously approve the resolution so it can go before the county. We have an unbelievable opportunity here to get a library within our boundaries without having to use our operating budget. And I hope everybody sees that gift. And I would also encourage you to form hopefully a community group that can work with the county to try to put programming that we would like to see within there and maybe also have some impact on the design. The other thing that I wanted to address was the kiteboarding. As most of you up there know, I was intimately involved with trying to put the regulations in place for kiteboarding. And the goal that we had, or that I had, was to make sure that residents of Key Biscayne who kiteboard had a safe way to practice their sport on the island. We did a lot of back and forth discussions on this particular issue. For some reason, it's always a hot button issue, and I happened to hear the comments at the last meeting, and it became really clear to me that one of the things that hasn't been happening is good enforcement. And I think every one of the violations that I heard about could be addressed with an enforcement program. And I hope you'll consider putting some effort into that, or more effort. I know it was difficult with the pandemic. I have a feeling that there wasn't much going on to make sure that people were registered, that they were at least the level 3, and that they stayed within the channel and got out of the vessel exclusion zone. I think if all those things happen, I think these things can coexist. And I think that's the priority. As far as potentially looking at new locations, the location that exists right now was put in place, again, with careful thought. That doesn't mean that it couldn't change in the future if something changes. However, the most important thing right now is to get enforcement in place. So good luck tonight. I wish you all a short meeting, and thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Katie. Peter, anything else? Any
Yes.
other person?
No, actually, no, Mr. Vice Mayor, that's the last person.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just got a text message from Fausto Gomez that he's trying to call in about the skate park, but for some reason he can't get through to the number on the screen.
So he can't get through?
He can't get through.
Peter, what's the number again, please?
The telephone number is 305 365
Hold on.
7569.
One more time. 305
365
365
75
75 69.
Or he's not being recognized, maybe, when he's trying
Tell him to come.
Any other comments?
Oh, he's here. His phone number, I see it there. But what number do they have to
What does he
push?
press to raise his hand?
Yeah.
Star 9.
Star 9.
While we're waiting for Fausto, anybody else have any comments, Peter?
No, let's move on.
Is that him, 801? Is that?
Yes, he just raised his hand.
Have him dial *6 and he will be unmuted.
He just raised his hand.
Okay, then he dials star 6.
*6.
Thank you.
He is live.
Mr. Mayor, Council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, good evening, and thank you so much for recognizing me. Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10, Key Biscayne, Florida. I'm calling on behalf of the Key Biscayne President's Council with regards to the proposed location of the skate park. I was taking a look at the chart that shows the various locations, and putting it at the beach club, I think, is probably a grave mistake. It will impact negatively the Sands, Bahia Mar, and the Ocean Club. There are other sites with skate park within the village can be placed. I certainly am speaking on behalf of my neighbors, asking you to not approve the skate park at the beach club site. I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fausto. Any other public comments? Peter?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor, that was the last public comment.
Okay, we have one more. Lucas, you're here. Please.
We need to close this Vice Mayor event because people keep coming up. Otherwise, we're never going to get started.
We're fine. Name and address, sir.
He has to put the headphones on.
No.
Take
tip.
Still muted.
No.
No?
No, now I think we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. All right, sorry. I'm here to speak about I believe it's the 0.7B.
Your name and address?
My name is Lucas Bocachampe. I'm in 201 Sunrise Drive, Unit 104, here in Key Biscayne. So I believe there is a presentation right after it when we're going to the point where the kite surfing is. But I wanted to say that we had in the last 3 weeks a great outcome for that point that we're addressing. We met with Steve, the manager. We met with the neighbors. We met with many people that is involved in the kite people that, as us, that we want to promote and go forward with the kite and making it safer. We went and we approached the neighbors that were concerned, and we came all together because we all want to be this something that works for everyone. So we even are the ones that want to put the rules and regulation in place and make everybody, because we as a kite surfers, as a community, I don't like people doing crazy stuff in the water as well as the people that's going to the beach. So I'm the one that is like, we need to, in order to enforce, we need the help from the city, and we need the help from us as a community of kite surfers, and we need the help with the neighbors. So we need everyone, like if someone is doing something wrong, like we need to all together do something to fix it, right? So that's where we're coming today. We have a great proposal with the manager and how the things we think is going to be the best like procedures to follow with the help of the city to make it safer and to don't have to be having a conflict in this that we believe is very easy to fix, because we have been working very hard in many years. And I believe with the help of you, with the help of the city, with the help of the community, we can go forward. And I believe we come today with a great proposal that it's going to be like very, very involving pretty much everyone, all the people that wants this to go forward. And don't be like something to discuss and have a, I'm sorry? Something to
30
come.
seconds.
Okay.
3 seconds left.
Perfect. So, and after that, we can talk about what we think is the best way to go forward with the proposal and the new things that we think if we change is going to make it even better than what we're bringing here today. So that's pretty much what we want to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peter, any other speakers?
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have another caller, telephone number ending in 298. Caller, please dial *6 on your telephone to unmute yourself. Caller, you are live.
Hi, this is Don Ellsberg. I just wanted to reinforce.
And your address, Mr. Ellsberg?
Hi.
Your address?
I'm from, I live at 177 Ocean Lane Drive, Unit 1111. I heard the comments of the former council person, Katie, and I have to, as a participant in that process, I have to fully endorse her view about how we should go about doing this and what to do. And for goodness sake, let's not put the baby out with the bathwater, and make sure that we know what we're doing. I think enforcement. If we have enforcement, we'll finally be able to see how it really works before we start figuring out whose share we can encroach on. And that's really all I wanted to say tonight.
Thank you. Peter, any other public comments?
Vice Mayor, I do have another caller. Telephone number ending in 501. Please dial *6 now. Caller, you are live.
Good evening, Council. This is Louisa Conway. I wanted to call in, make it really quick. Just to
your
support
address,
the
Ms.
Water
Conway?
Sports Association.
Conway,
sorry,
your address,
151
sorry.
Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you.
I just wanted to call in to support Fernando Romero's presentation and to thank him publicly for reaching out to many of us that live along the beach to get our feedback, and that I hope this evening the council will give them an opportunity to listen to some of their suggestions. I also wanted to ask council if you would consider maybe potentially expanding our marine patrol to think about maybe putting some patrol out on the weekends towards the beach area, as we're looking at suggestions from the Water Sports Association for enforcement. Thank you very much, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Louisa. Peter, any comments?
Mr. Vice Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, hearing no further comments. I guess the village manager. No, hold on one sec. Wrong page. Sorry.
The next
Consent
item,
agenda.
The next item, Mr. Vice Mayor, is a presentation summary of the 2021 legislative session by Mario Bailey with Converge Government Affairs.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just got notification from Mario that he is running late. My suggestion is that we move item 7D up to right now. And Melissa White can give the presentation of our incorporation anniversary.
Go ahead. I approve. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Melissa, you're on. Can't hear you.
Great.
You're on mute.
Hi, Council.
Hi, Melissa.
How are you guys? Thank you. I just wanted to update everybody so that everybody was aware that this week is the 30th anniversary of the vote to incorporate. And as we have with the 20th anniversary and the 25th, we're planning the celebration for September. Actually, I think the 20th anniversary was October, but 25th was September. And I just want to, Peter, is it possible to play the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Or the video? We can skip the video if you guys would rather, since you have a full agenda.
Well, it's 4 minutes, I think, so we can do 4
Yes.
minutes.
Okay.
Put it on, Peter.
Incorporation of Key Biscayne because it's the right thing to do. The time has come
I'll
for
let
us
you in.
to take charge of our own future.
Fortunately for us, the economic conditions that have existed in the last year have prevented those developments from going forward. And we now have a window of opportunity to form our own government and deal with the proposed developments on those sites before they happen.
It's important for you to understand that when you vote for your county commissioners, these same county commissioners are also your city commissioners. The problem with this type of government is that the county commissioners currently often forget their role as city commissioners.
The difficulty is that year after year, our taxes keep going up, but our services are not getting better. And I know that if we have our own government here, no elected commissioner on the Key is going to vote for higher taxes.
And I feel like I would like to have our tax money spent here like it's spent in Miami.
I am absolutely certain that Key Biscayne can have one of the finest governments in the United States, and it will not cost the citizens 1 penny more than they are now paying in taxes.
The county commission has become very unresponsive to our needs. We have grown to the size where we are perfectly capable of self-government. We have brilliant people here living on Key Biscayne who can have and who have had the experience in dealing with all aspects of county government.
And I believe that we got enough people here that care for Key Biscayne better than anyone that don't live here. That's my reason.
Key Biscayne is really a unique community. I grew up here, and now I'm raising my children here. And the life that I had growing up is gone. The freedom to build forts in the woods and run all over the Key. It's not here anymore, but there's still quite a bit here to appreciate, and I'd like my children to enjoy some of the life that I have.
I think for neighborhoods and areas, the people who live there can best take care of their own individual
I'm in
needs.
favor of the incorporation of Key Biscayne because I believe that Key Biscayne needs a responsible government responsive to the people who live here.
If we don't get control of our destiny now,
we may never have another opportunity, and that's going to be gone. And nobody's going to want to live here at that point in time because things are just not going to be the same. So we need to do this now. It's now or never.
I believe that by incorporating, we will be able to control the absolute amount we pay in taxes. I was privileged to work on the charter, and it's in the charter that we have an absolute cap on the amount of millage that the city, village, town of Key Biscayne would pay. I think it's important that we control the funds so we can get the benefit of it rather than sending it downtown.
On November 6th, we'll send a very clear message to the Dade County Commission. If we don't come out strongly in favor of incorporation, we will be telling Dade County that it's okay to keep bulldozing our trees.
Melissa?
That was a little bit of a blast from the past. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it.
Yes.
Gary's mustache was fantastic. I just want to let you know that we'll be convening representatives of the community groups and working with Todd as we have at the 20th and 25th. And if anybody on council has any questions or wants to get involved, please let me know. And happy 30th anniversary. Thank you guys for all you're doing to keep the dream alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Steve, you want to go with the kiteboarding now? Or do you want to, excuse me.
Yeah, our lobbyists are still 5 to 10 minutes out, so I say let's go with the kiteboarding, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Was the kiteboarding moved with the manager's report?
Yes.
It is merged. Yes, ma'am. We did that at the beginning.
So it's together now. It's moving together. Okay. Gentlemen, everybody here is to talk about kiteboarding. A request, obviously you have your 3 minutes to say what you want, but if somebody else has said the exact same thing or pretty much, it'd be great to just say, I agree with them, and then add what you have, which is different from them, if you don't mind. But each person.
This is working?
Yeah.
I agree with you, Vice Mayor London. This has been said before. Julio Diaz, 201 Crandon Boulevard. Lucas and Javier before said what I'm going to say. We are the group of residents that want people that come to our beach to enjoy themselves, but in a safe manner. We are not opposed to kite surfing in Key Biscayne. And just to emphasize what was said, since the last meeting, we have gotten together with Manager Williamson, Chief Press, Roland Samimi, and we have exchanged ideas. And we have also, our group got together, the Water Sport Association, and develop a plan that Fernando here will present to you. We are behind that plan. We're part of it. Thank you very much. I'd like to say one thing. Roland Samimi has done an excellent job in improving and maintaining our beach. So I am very impressed, and I say to him, thank you, because the beach looks great.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
State your name and address, please.
Fernando Romero, 177 Ocean Lane Drive, 804 Key Biscayne. Okay, so thank you, first of all, for having us here and giving us this opportunity. And happy 30th anniversary. And thank you for all the support that we have received from all of you for now almost 6 years. Especially Allison McCormick, Councilmember McCormick, and Councilmember Petros, who were behind us through our first attempt to get regulation going. And people like Mr. Kaplan, Mr. Segurola, and Mr. Lauredo, who recently has been helping us with suggestions, with ideas, to develop something that is reasonable enough for the community. So for anyone who doesn't know who we are, the Key Biscayne Water Sports Association is comprised of 162 water sports enthusiasts who practice kite surfing. For the last 5 years, we have managed to keep the beach safe with 0 accidents. We have policed the beach with hardly no resources. We have reported unruly riders who are not part of our organization, and we have taken photographs of people not following the rules, and we have approached them and we explained the rules to them. Typically, just a simple approach, telling people, you're probably not from here or you're visiting. We have rules in this beach, and people are approachable, and people change their ways if we approach them. We have cooperated with the village of Key Biscayne police for 5 years to keep the beach safe, despite people not following the rules, in most cases because they were not aware of the rules. The Key Biscayne Water Sports Association is now a nonprofit organization that aims to grow and be part of the village of Key Biscayne and help with the duty of regulating our beach for safe water sports. With 7 injuries per 1,000 hours of physical activity, kiteboarding appears listed as a relatively safe sport, especially when we compare it to other mainstream sports. Just so you know, American football has an average of 36 injuries per 1,000 hours, and even soccer has seems to be more dangerous with 19 injuries per 1,000 hours of sporting activity. Furthermore, injuries to third parties doing kiting seem extremely scarce as far as the statistics available. And if you take into consideration that the percentage of the sports accidents taking place in the water and on land is identical, then it is fair to say that kite surfing, as we know it today, is a reasonably safe sport. Today's safety is in the riders' hands. They are the ones who make kiteboarding a pleasant and secure sport. Riders with a level 3 IKO certification, International Kiteboarding Organization, are tested rigorously in regards to safety to themselves and safety to others. In the village of Key Biscayne, we do not allow riders who have not presented an IKO level 3 certification or similar. More than 90% of the risks can be handled by getting to know how the sport works and what should be done to mitigate risks. So this is why we're here. Kiters, non-kiters, people who are part of this community. You probably expected a big war here and a big conflict. I think this is new, where we can see people, and we realize that we are all the same. We are engineers, doctors, we are attorneys, we're business people who have kids, we have grandchildren, grandparents, and we want our kids to be safe as well as you. So together for the first time with no conflict, basically we met having the group having concerns about regulation, which from now on will refer to this group as the Beach Safety Task Force, just to name them something, because their initiatives are incredible and they deserve not only praise but recognition. We met and we realized that we have everything in common, and we realize that we're in the same size. So we want just to take your time just to show you some ideas that whether they're practical or not, whether they're far-fetched or not, we have come to the joint conclusion that need to be heard. In an open society, no idea can be above scrutiny, just as no people should be beneath dignity. And this is why we're here together. It is the joint voice of our residents, kiters and non-kiters, and we feel compelled to outline them in our proposal and this brief presentation. So the Village Council should have a copy of the presentation right now, and they have seen it. But what I wanted to do was we wanted to condense a few points because we feel that we are in almost perfect agreement with Mr. Williamson's proposal. Mr. Williamson has worked with us. He's being extremely approachable. This is a breath of fresh air, from Mr. Williamson. Extremely approachable. He's spoken to us. He has addressed our concerns. We have addressed his concerns. And Also, I want to mention Mr. Lauredo, who spent an hour and a half with us this weekend. His time, his family time, to devote it to us and understanding a little bit more the situation. So thank you very much for that. So let me just show you a few slides. I think that you should be able to see them. Do I have to do something? Share here. Just to share. Okay. This is it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, it's no audio.
It's just the slides.
Just the slides. Okay, so when it comes to, well, let's just advance here. So, okay. So I spoke in this, but I wanted to put it in writing. We wanted to put it in writing for the village council. And this is us. So basically right now it's Lucas Ochekempe, Enrique Hernandez, Elana Festa, who is not here, and then myself, who is now the president. But I'm stepping out now because I need to take care of my family, and we're gonna have elections and do this the right way. But anyways, let's get, for example, when it comes to signage, I think the manager's proposal covers that, so we don't need to be redundant on that or waste your time. We are in complete agreement with the manager as far as his plans for what is required for signage. As far as the organization is concerned, we want to explain to you that we have a zero tolerance policy. We expect a strict adherence to our rules by our zero tolerance policy, and that will assure a high level of safety. So all our members understand that there's no tolerance, that the rules are the rules. One thing that we need to contemplate and work with the manager is the backup authority, okay? Because as the Key Biscayne Water Sports Association, we can actually police the beach, we can man the beach, but we need a backup authority. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna start working with that with the manager, as I understand. As far as certification, I explained that we require level 3 certification from IKO from all riders, and that we suggest that each kiteboarder registers with someone on the beach prior to performing the sport. We do that in Crandon Park in Miami kiteboarding, and it works like a charm. It works really well, because that allows us to know also who is on the water and who's not on the water. There is a fantastic opportunity in the case someone needs to be rescued, because we know that that person is on the water and maybe in distress. So the registration process, this is where we would like your help. What we would like is consideration from the village of Key Biscayne to be able to be a recognized organization that supports your efforts. Just like you have the soccer club or the basketball club, we could have the Water Sports Association steering and helping anything from regulation, to signaling on the beach, to registration, and we leave up to you on how you want to manage this. But as you see, we have a plan already, and you are aware of the plan because you have received the presentation. And this is where we bring something new, is the Marshall Program. For the last 3 years at Miami Kiteboarding, we have a very beautiful program through a nonprofit organization which employs 46 kids, young adults from the island, and they do beach cleanups. My daughter started this 3 years ago. It was her initiative, and we've been doing it ever since. And it's a fantastic program. And this is young adults from the village who offer their volunteer services to clean Crandon Park, where they should be cleaning Key Biscayne Beach, right? But here is where the Marshall Program comes. we know that we can actually summon and organize this youth to do this. And I don't know if you recall, when you go to a water park, or a pool, you see young adults caring for the safety of everyone. A 14-year-old is telling you when to get on the slide with your son or with your grandson, and basically you trust them to keep that area safe with thousands of people and thousands of potential problems, right? So our initiative is to have a community-based Marshall program that will employ 14 to 18-year-old youth, young adults, to provide assistance at the beach, okay? So if you can imagine something like this, okay, this shirt. So basically, it's a distinctive message that the person bearing this rash guard is part of the beach safety of the beach. But the way we envision it is more like an ambassador, someone who will be trained to come to someone and say, hello, my name is whatever, and I'm part of the beach safety team here on the beach. And I want to answer any questions you might have on the activity that you're about to perform. So the idea is that it's going to be in an non-invasive way. Now, who trains these people, these young adults? Christophe Ribaud from Miami Kiteboarding has offered his services to train every marshal from the village of Key Biscayne, free of charge. Basically, I'm an instructor there, so I'm going to help with that, and we will help Christophe as much as possible. But the idea is to train these young adults to be the beach safety, to train them to develop leadership skills, authority, to have a sense of authority that doesn't breach, the common sense of how to approach a person. We would train these people on water sport safety on all ambits, and we would also train them on CPR, which could be extremely complementary for a beach that lacks lifeguards. So we're looking at this in all ambits as a huge added value for the beach. The program obviously could be something that, based on your consideration, we could deploy together with the village, with the assistance of the village, but we could probably run the entire Marshall program ourselves without you dedicating your valuable time to something relatively trivial. You have a lot in your plate. Couple more things, just as far as the site organization, we are totally in line with the manager's proposal. But one thing is that when there's offshore wind, when the winds are coming from the ground to the ocean, the dictate here, the mandate here should be no kiting allowed. And how do we manage that? We propose a restriction flag. This is very simple. Flag is red, no kiting on the beach. Flag is green, kiting on the beach. Something as simple as that would make a huge difference. Why? Because then if you want to restrict Memorial Day weekend kiting, which is a good idea because there's a lot of pollution on the beach, you can just order the red flag to fly, and that's it. That's it. Again, the lack of knowledge of the law doesn't allow you to break it, right? So that red flag is very distinctive. And now what follows are some ideas that have been worked by the beach safety team. And this is the last part of the presentation. And this is just to bring it up because, again, it's important that their voice is heard. So the first idea, to me, is a fantastic idea. Yes, yes, of course. Yes. So this is the first idea. Our current no vessel zone marking, is beyond par. We have those posts, and because the beach has changed and the sand has shifted, now there's areas in which that post is 150 feet from the beach. There's areas that is 200 feet from the beach, but it's no longer 300 feet from the beach. It's not 400 feet from the beach. The problem here is that if you look at Crandon, they regulate the no vessel zone at 400 feet. And we, for the most part, are between 150 and 200 feet. The idea would be to figure out a way to replace the markers for U.S. Coast Guard certified markers, as we show in this picture. And then we mark the beach just like Miami Beach does, just like Bill Baggs does. Okay, and keep in mind this: if you went to the beach this past weekend, this past Memorial Day weekend, Monday, what you would have seen were boats, small crafts with propeller, okay, with an engine, and they were parked pretty much by the posts. And then you have kids snorkeling further away from the boats. That boat takes off, and that propeller runs a child, and it's not a good thing at all. So this idea, we feel that it has something that has a lot of merit, and I think we should pursue it, for the sake of everyone. Obviously, does it act in detriment of the kiter? Perhaps we need to body drag a little more or whatever, but in the end, it's no big deal. The other thing that we need to bring up is the current spot at Sonesta, and doing an assessment, we realized that the beach is too narrow on that spot. There's high pedestrian traffic, and even though there have been 0 accidents and 0 issues at the channel, because at the channel we behave correctly, there's always a little bit of a risk, which merits the analysis of, or the assessment of another spot instead of this one. And obviously, that's the spot on the beach that is the safest of all. Now, Crandon Park has placed a boundary sign, which is supposedly the boundary between Crandon and Key Biscayne. If you go to that spot and you look from the sign out towards Key Biscayne, out towards to the south, what you're gonna see is that there's a good 25, 30 meters there that are absolutely empty. And that spot has absolutely no collusion with Commodore right now, because there's plenty of room there to set up the channel and minimize the collusion with the bathers and the walkers. So we just want you to keep an open mind, and Mr. Lauredo assured us that he was going to look into this. We just want to make it available to you so you can actually evaluate it and let us know if that would be a safer spot. Because in the end, what we're looking for here, and is the common ground on every one of the island, is that we need to make this safer.
Excuse me, sir. He's speaking. When he's done.
Sorry,
when he's done.
I thought I was part of the group.
Yeah.
Are you finished?
Just wanted to say that we have commitment to the plan from Mr. Williamson. We're willing to work with him to create an optimal kiteboarding experience. And in the end, please give us some consideration.
Thank you.
Give us some consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Short rebuttal, very short. Fun.
I thought you put it here. Not a rebuttal. All I wanted to emphasize that the proposed location by the Commodore structurally is safer because of less people in the beach at that location, and I think we both agree on that.
Hey, thank you.
No friction in there.
Thank you. Thanks. Steve, you want to speak?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor and again, council members. And I want to tell you, when we first started this thing, we had Julio on one side, Viviana and Monica hanging out on one side of the beach. We had Fernando, Lucas, and Enrique on the other side. After about 15 minutes in, we realized we were all going after the same thing, and that's about safety and security on the beach. We've come together over the last couple of weeks, and I think what we've done is come up with a good plan. We're willing to work together. They've committed to working with us. And what I'd like to do now is ask Mr. Samimi to come forward and present our plan, our way forward. And then with your approval, we'll work with this group, both groups, and come up with a final plan for the Key Biscayne.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Dr. Samimi.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Before Dr. Samim, as far as I'm very stickler for words, and there's some reporting that use the word conflict, unfortunately, and because I tell you in the 2 years I've been here, this has been the most rewarding engagement I've had. It also marks a significant shift with our new manager, who took time also to meet with him. I am independent of the details. This is exactly what Key Biscayne Nice is supposed to be. And it's efficient, and people of goodwill, when we sit down and get into it, this is an example, not a conflict, but effective cooperation. So I commend all of you, because all of you gave a little bit, as we do in America, compromise to a higher good. They really need to be commended, and the manager especially. So thank you.
Thank you,
And
Luis. Dr. Samimi.
Okay, happy to be here. I agree with everything that was said thus far. We did have the opportunity to meet on numerous occasions with beachgoers, residents who enjoy the beach swimming, kiters as well. And fundamentally, one of the things that obviously became very clear is that we do actually have a good set of rules, and they were hammered out over time. And it was a process that a lot of people were involved in. And one thing that's fundamentally clear is that there was a moment where a lot of the rules just weren't really well enforced for whatever reason. Part of it had to do with the fact that the channel was blown out. Part of it had to do with the fact that there was a pandemic. Part of it also had to do with the fact that we were doing a beach nourishment. Fundamentally, the established rules are well designed and need to be enforced, and we're planning on doing that. The rules need to be well posted. They need to be on the website. They need to be posted at the beach. They need to be posted between Crandon and the village, and well demarcating the zone that the kiters can launch from and operate in. The signage should also be directed towards beachgoers and non-kiters so that they understand that within this particular channel, that's a kiting zone and not really a swimming zone. And so therefore they should be aware of that and then not engage in that channel for recreating and swimming. We do have a registration process, which we need to be a little bit more aggressive about. Jessica Garcia, village staff, has already started registering folks. It has to be reinforced, and that's and also the registration fee needs to be maybe reconsidered, which is something that the manager and I have been discussing, because the fee as it's structured right now is almost a disincentive for people to register, because it's just at a level that people are just basically like, well, we're not going to do it. And so we're going to kite without it, which sets up a conflict right off the bat. We also talked about the beach rangers, which Fernando also mentioned as beach marshals. And that's something that we've been working with Todd to establish. And obviously these beach rangers would be trained by Christoph at Miami Kiteboarding. And we're also considering mounting a second beach camera that is oriented towards the kiteboarding launch, so that we have a way of also monitoring it remotely, in addition to the beach rangers that might be there. Let's see, what else do we have here? The association has done a fantastic job with regards to establishing a general liability insurance option for folks that want to kite. They can register with the association and benefit from that general liability option, which is a requirement of the registration. And again, I'm not going to rehash what Fernando had mentioned relative to kite ambassadors and rash guards, but that's very clear positive. And again, the association will spread the word to kiters across Miami and beyond, letting them know what the rules are, and that the rules will be enforced, and that registration does need to happen. And all that information also will be accessible through the website. And speaking to the point that was the vessel exclusion zone, I've already reached out to the Coast Guard. It's not within their purview. Then I went to Miami-Dade Marine Patrol. they then forwarded me to FWC, which apparently FWC, working in collaboration with DEP, are the ones that need to be worked with in order to establish these vessel exclusion zones as it was shown in Fernando's slide. And so literally I got an email from them just today saying that they're connecting me up with the right persons within FWC and FDEP to see if there was a way forward for establishing those vessel exclusion zone buoys. And I don't know, Steve, if there's anything else that you wanted to add. I mean, at the moment, I think that we have an established site and we have very clear rules, and we've reestablished the channel, and we're reestablishing signage, and we're going to add signage. And through enforcement and monitoring, I think that we are going to see how this interaction works with other beachgoers. And then over time, consideration may want to be given relative to another site, a better site, or something like that.
Thank you. Any comments?
Mayor,
go ahead.
No, I neglected to mention earlier when this thing was very hot and everybody was hot under the collar. To be able to cooperate and have peace, we had to stop the war, and I think that the police department did a great, extraordinary job of surging out there in those days that you saw enforcement, and that I want to thank them because they bought us time. The police chief and his people, he rearranged, already a tight staff to send a message of strict enforcement. I believe that, well, after you, I'd like to make a motion, but I'll speak for, perhaps I can make it and then the following, which is, I think there was an ask for approval that the manager continue in this very healthy process, that we recognize the association formally as the association we deal with one caveat, which is on their board that you have at least one of the members of the citizens. So I don't, not the kite association, be just kiter. And I think that the best thing, the synergy of this thing is that we're dealing with the issue of juveniles or young adults. This is an extremely incredible benefit to have a lot of these kids who are responsible a chance to actually contribute to us, to our well-being. So this is like as close to win-win I've ever been involved in anything in business or politics. And so I just want to, with those comments, empower the manager to move forward with those things you agree, and the other ones we can, cross one bitch at a time. But that would be a motion at the appropriate time.
Any objection to the manager moving forward with this?
No.
No?
It's consensus
Basically,
of council.
you got your marching orders, Steve. Thank you.
It's consensus
and
of council.
And that includes my comments at the recognition of the association.
Yeah.
Is this consensus of council?
Yes. And also, because that also, I want to know for those beautiful uniforms, I want to also have our seal when you come up with the ambassadors, the seal of the city, so that there's a power to the seal of authority.
Allison?
So I have all these notes all over my paper, and I don't really have much to say because I'm really blown away by the display of collaboration and cooperativeness and neighbors coming together to tackle a mutual problem. When this came before us years ago and we first devised the plan that we have now, I was really proud of it then. I'm so happy Katie Petros joined our Zoom today because she really worked hard and deserves a tremendous amount of credit, along with all of you guys who worked with her. But I felt that when this problem came up and I could see how upset everyone was on both sides, I knew we had a good plan in place, but it had gone somehow awry. And it is so important that our residents know that they can come to us when they have a concern. And I think that the way this has been dealt with is exemplary. So I would like to congratulate all of you for working so well together and to thank our manager for the job that he has done. And I want this to be the example for everyone with any issues that we have in the village, that when we come together, I mean, we have to, we're Years ago, I heard Dr. Kelly say up here that we are an island paradise, but we're an urban island paradise in the sense that we are really densely populated. We share our spaces for different people who have different wants and want to use them in different ways. And I'm just very proud of the work that was done on this. And I would like to say that I am so in support of the plan, but that I want to make sure that we all stay diligent, that if we see our plan going astray, that we come back together and that we get back on track. Because I think together we can really make this work and make it safe for everyone who wants to use the beach. So well done.
Thank you. I think Allison and Louise speak for all of us. Well done.
The next
Ignacio, do you
item.
have any comments on this? Want to say anything? Anybody else?
Stop where you're ahead.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
The next item is a presentation summary of the 2021 legislative session by Mario Bailey with Converge Government Affairs.
Hi, Mario.
It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jonathan Kilman, and I believe I've had the opportunity to speak with all of you at some point in the past, but it seems like a long time ago now with COVID having kept us apart. And I was thinking earlier, it's not often I get to go out and wear a suit these days, so it's nice to have an excuse to do that. I'm going to actually let Mario Bailey give the bulk of the presentation today, but I wanted to sort of just preface this by noting what an unusual year it was in Tallahassee. I'm sure you experienced the same here, but just to give you a little bit of context and flavor for the...
We just lost your sound.
Hold the microphone again. You were doing that. There, speak.
That's good?
Yep.
Okay. This is when you have a tiny head and big earphones. The Senate actually prohibited any physical access the entire legislative session, all the committee weeks, all the way through the very end of session, which created a unique dynamic. Even in the House, where they permitted some physical access, we were essentially forced to go in by scheduling a meeting, and then we were escorted out of the building immediately after that meeting took place, dramatically limiting access to traditional lobbying activities, as well as the standard information flow that kind of makes the political process in Tallahassee function. As such, organizations that were represented by professional lobbyists, I think in some respect, had the opportunity to ensure that they had their voices heard. Because we were equipped to communicate, whether it's via telephone, via Zoom, in person, et cetera. I think some of the things you're going to hear about today from Mario will give you a very specific flavor about the things that we were able to do specific to the village of Key Biscayne in Tallahassee to advance your interests, and how, particularly given the environment that we had, important it was to be able to directly represent the village's interest in Tallahassee. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mario. It's a pleasure to see you all. Thank you. Truly mean that, given the circumstances of the last year. And if you have any questions, I'll be able to answer them after Mario speaks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So what started off was, well, first, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mario. Just for the record, name and address.
Sure. Mario Bailey, 555 Northeast 34th Street, Miami, Florida, 33137. So thank you all for allowing us to present. It started off a very, you should have already received a packet. It started off a very rough year. We're expecting roughly a $2.3 billion shortfall. And about the end of it, as the federal dollars began to flow down, they pretty much added $6-7 billion to the budget. In the budget, there are about 3 items that we were successfully to ensure that the legislature funded, and that you guys specifically asked for in your legislative request. The first was you had some further items that your manager did a great job in submitting. We were able to ensure that they funded the further items. You had 2, Lake Park and Hamilton Park, for $50,000. And also there was a beach renourishment design item for $54,876. During session, your manager called about 2 specific issues that would have negatively impacted the village as we're going throughout the session. I think roughly around 2014, the village created a vessel exclusion zone. There's legislation, Senate Bill 1086 would have removed the village's ability to regulate that and allowing motorized boats to come in that area. So we worked closely with Senator Garcia and also his House leadership to ensure that we were able to maintain that. Another issue the village attorney called about was regarding the impact fee bill. There was a specific line where the manager would have to attest for information that they didn't have the information to attest to, and they would have to sign on an oath attesting to those things. We worked with your attorney. He drafted language, and we were able to get Senator Garcia. She presented a friendly amendment, and we worked with the leadership to make sure that item was adopted. One of the highlights of this session was, I think, Senate Bill 1954, where the legislature committed roughly $1,640 million toward resiliency, sea level rise, and sea level rise. We have already been in talks with FDP, and also we got assurance from the Ag Appropriation Chair, who will write a letter of support on behalf of the village. For your direct line request, he felt that it would be better as we submit to that pool versus getting the direct allocation. He has committed Senator Albarn to work directly with Senator Garcia. We have already started conversation with FDP, Ms. Reed, who's over that program. And I think that's it, sure. And there's a lot of bills that we followed throughout. There are roughly 1,800 general bills that were filed that we tracked throughout the process, and only about 200 of those, 246 passed, and roughly the 50 that we tracked, we included in your package. And those include vacation rentals. We were successful working with the League of Cities and others in defeating that language. We were almost able to defeat the home business tax bill. We were able to change it significantly. But I don't know if you watched during the last portion of session where there was a vote on the item. 3 members were not actually in the chamber. The then minority leader asked for the bill to be brought back, and it was never sent back over from the House. And so that was one item that we almost defeated, but we were able to change significantly. And there's allow Jonathan to highlight some of the other bills that we worked on behalf.
Mr. Vice Mayor, he refers to a package. He refers to a package.
I didn't get the package.
I didn't either.
We didn't receive the package, Mario.
So we'll resend that.
If you did, we didn't get it.
Yeah, we'll make sure that it's distributed to all of you.
I didn't get it.
Huh?
I didn't get one to give.
I understand, but I want to always correct the record. He said that you have the package.
We don't.
I want to make sure that we have not the package.
We apologize for that. We'll make sure that you receive it this week.
Thank you.
Tomorrow. And I think I again wanted to point out we reviewed carefully the policies of the village. We know that protecting your ability to regulate your own local activity is important. And I wanted to make a specific mention of the items that Mario mentioned. The ability to regulate motorcraft activity off the coast of the village. We recognize a significant local issue, one that you want to maintain control of. Our direct engagement on behalf of the village was critical to protecting that interest. And again, there's a lot of opportunities to point and look at the things that are being addressed by other organizations or other municipal governments. The issue with respect to impact fees is another great example where it was the village's attorney that contacted us. And it was our firm working in direct collaboration with the village's attorney that provided new language to Senator Garcia that ultimately amended that bill that protects your ability to impose impact fees as you see fit. And so if we have any other questions, we're happy to address, but I wanted to make sure that we commented tonight specific to issues that were driven by this village.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have.
Luis, go ahead.
I appreciate all you've done because I know it was a very special session. So I'm not in any way going to be myself for this year. But I also know in my other involvements that there is and this is also will apply later on. I'll talk about the federal monies. As you know, we were on the brink, the state on the brink of bankruptcy, and thanks to the new administration, money flowed in, and I was expecting a little bit more money, particularly since a lot of it's earmarked and coming out of the infrastructure bill for resiliency. I mean, there are trillions of dollars. So it's sort of a comment that, at least for me, it's mostly about money, because we have a lot of things that we have a priority and we're short on our tax base. So take it as a reflection, not a criticism.
Yeah, no, and I'll address briefly. I think the issue is one of timing, meaning the $500,000 that you sought for a direct appropriation, we believe you will be receiving those funds and more through the grant process. The way that the state has allocated those funds so far has been through grant programs as opposed to primarily through direct appropriations. And now there will be the opportunity to apply through the state agencies as those rules are developed for those funds for the village. I'll give it over to Mario for some further detail.
Jonathan was correct on that. The grant program, they'll start accepting applications in July 1st. And that $500 million, we will be able to reply directly to that. And it will be very similar to like the DOT 5-year work plan. Each year, there will be $100 million for local governments throughout the state to do those type of initiatives.
I would only suggest that you see that we've sort of turned a new page in our history. We're commemorating 30 years. We have, I think, a very capable nationally search that we did, a new manager, and I'm sure you work with him, because you also know that appropriations get done, and there's a whole cottage industry, which is very big, that all they do is write grants, and we need your help to make sure we don't miss this opportunity, because the money is there.
Definitely. And the manager has definitely hit the ground running. We've already met, and we'll be meeting again soon regarding parties going forward. But we've already been in contact with, like as I said earlier, DEP regarding a couple items.
Right.
The importance of the appropriations to the village.
I thank you guys for working hard for us. I assume, but I think to ask, that the League of Cities and League of Counties are our big allies on opposing preemption generally. Are they really focused and speaking with a clear voice and good strategy on this issue?
Each year during the summer, we'll go probably in August, and they'll adopt their priorities for that year. But generally, the League of Cities, they work extremely well. There are some times where they have to be neutral because they have competing interests, but we work extremely well with them. And when there's things that they can't work on us, particularly, they can reach out to us. And so we have a very close relationship, and they're very supportive because sometimes, like, if let's say, for instance, the person who's carrying the bill, if they are a large appropriation chair, we don't want to represent the village going head to head against them. And sometimes we might rely on the League of Cities to do that work. So we work hand in hand. So yes.
Anything else, Frank?
No.
Nazio? Allison, thank you, gentlemen, very much.
Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're alive.
Next item on the agenda.
The next item, Mr. Vice Mayor, is the consent agenda.
I move it.
Consent agenda move. Anybody with pull anything, or everything's good? Nazio? Mine is the library. What number is the library?
That's E.
You pulled.
That would be E. That would be 8E. Anybody else to pull anything else? I'll pull 8F. That's the paying $35,000 to the school system.
You pulled that?
I'm pulling that.
Okay.
Anything else? Everybody in agreement?
I move it as amended.
So E and F have been pulled?
That's correct.
I didn't hear that.
I move it as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Passes.
I'm sorry, someone.
Who was the aye? Who was against it? That was the delayed yes.
Was that Councilmember Moss?
It was a yes.
I agreed.
He was a
Okay.
yes.
Everyone was, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, supporting the Miami-Dade Public Library System's intent to construct a new library building at 299 Crandon Boulevard and providing for an effective date.
Ignacio, you pulled it. Want to speak?
Move.
Who moved? And who's second?
I moved.
Second.
Thank you.
We can't hear Ignacio.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah. It is my understanding that a couple of weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago, there was a very, 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 and I can't stress that enough, positive meeting between representatives of Key Colony and Mr. Ray Baker and Raquel Regalado regarding the library. A lot of things were discussed. I believe Key Colony has an absolute interest in moving forward with a library at the location where it's at. Everything is positive. My issue is with moving this resolution right now. I'm with the spirit of the resolution. I am for a library. I'm for moving forward with this. My problem is the devil's in the details and the timing. As everyone knows, Key Colony and the county are now involved in litigation over the library. It is my understanding that it is the hope of all the parties involved that will be resolved amicably. There'll be a joint settlement resolution. Everybody can move forward, holding hands, kumbaya, great. Problem is the devil's in the details, and Key Colony and the county are still planning on continuing to talk to work out certain things, which everyone expects will happen, hopefully. If we pass this now, my fear is if for whatever reason there is an issue that the county and Key Colony cannot get past, by us passing this resolution today, it can be seen as us taking a position against our own residents. I don't want to do that. I have absolutely no problem passing this resolution sometime in the future if Key Colony's position or demands are unreasonable. I have no problem saying, look, that's unreasonable. It's in the best interest of the entire village to move forward with this, and we push this resolution. But I don't want to take a position where it can later be interpreted the wrong way. That's my whole issue. I believe this is premature. I'm with the spirit. I'm with the form. I just think our timing's a little off. Unfortunately, I think the village, Key Colony, and the public library system have found ourselves in the current situation because in the past, we've gotten ahead of ourselves and not spoken to our residents as to what their concerns are. We have not, for example, in this particular situation, is my understanding, nobody really talked to Key Colony before ideas of the library started getting kicked around. And we are where we are involved in litigation. If Key Colony would have been consulted earlier, maybe all this could have been avoided. I don't want to repeat that mistake. I don't want to take a position that could be interpreted as us going against our own residents.
Thank you.
So for that reason, I would hold off on this resolution until Key Colony and the public library system can work all their problems out, and then later we can all clap and be happy it was positive.
Thank you. Allison?
I just want to say that I take exception to the idea that we didn't talk to Key Colony, because I know that early on in the library talks, I had extensive conversations with Matt Bramson when he was the president of the Homeowners Association. And I think Key Colony had a leadership change, but they were not ignored.
Anybody else, Frank?
I just don't see it as you do, Ignacio. Allison is right. We've been talking with Key Colony forever in detail, totally collaborative. There's never been a hint of jamming anything down anyone's throat against their will or not fully incorporating all constituencies' viewpoints about design, location, site planning, programming, everything. The time to do this, it seems to me, is too late, not too early. But I might be able to help solve your concern because I wanted to offer something when this was on the consent agenda, if everyone agreed. Brett had brought up the proposition during the meeting at which Ray presented that if we could collaborate working through the manager and whatever delegation we put together, which would include the citizen population, the constituencies, and especially Emerald Bay, in a design and site planning effort in collaboration with Ray and his team. I support that. I think Brett's comment was right on. I've heard a lot of similar comments since Ray's presentation, which of course is very well received in the community, but with a desire to try to participate in the design. If that was added in section 2 of this resolution, and specifically, if you want, made reference to Emerald Bay, I think that's what we are going to do anyway, and I'd have no trouble saying it in writing.
Thank you. Luis?
I from another school, politics is the art of the possible, and particularly as if there's money on the table, I can always return it. But this opportunity is now, and we have an extraordinary representative in the county commission, and she speaks very clear English. And she said, if you have any problems, I got about 4 or 5 other places. So I don't want to mess with this resolution. I think we can pass the resolution, which is what she needs, so that she can fight for us. And then we can, on a subsequent policy decision, which is very open. She's shown to be very open with the bureaucracy and all the powers that be in the county. We can work out your concerns, Frank. But I don't want to overload this with micromanaging because those who don't want it here will say, you know, they're setting up all these kinds of conditions and will have the same effect. We'll lose the opportunity and we will not be happy. We will be very sad that it's gone. So it's not perfect. And I understand, I appreciate Ignacio's concern, but this is now.
Thank you. I spoke to one of the participants in the discussions between Regalado, Baker, and the Key Colony people. And basically, they told me at this point in time, they've spent $45,000 in legal fees suing the county. Basically, they haven't gotten anywhere, nor has the county, so they're still going nowhere. The reason they sued, they told me, is that the initial 6-story proposition for a library building there was offensive to them, and that's why they did it. They also told me that the building as presented, and I say not the architectural design, but the site plan with the landscaping, the shielding, and everything else, they like the idea very much. And obviously, the commissioner and the library gentleman, they're all in agreement. So now it's just a basic thing to say, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're not going to build a 6-story building. We're going to be building of the amount of square feet they presented. And they're very happy. So I really don't know what the problem is, Ignacio. Go right ahead.
Two things. Well, Councilmember London, can I comment first?
Brett wants to speak.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Brett wants to speak. He's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. I was looking for you.
Just wanted to jump in before we go around second round. A quick question.
One second. Stop.
Yes.
They also like the idea that you, Brett, are going to be involved with the architect and representing our interest to make sure we have a beautiful building because they think you're eminently qualified. Thank you.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you for that compliment. Quick question I have for Councilmember Laredo. I'm not sure if this is correct, but are you a resident in Key Colony or not?
Yes.
And you don't see any issue with what we're passing today with that complex? I mean, this is really in spirit, correct?
No, this is the short answer to your question, no. I am actually, if you check the records, a big user of the library. And one of the things, again, words are so important because somebody's come to me and I have libraries are going out of style and all that stuff, hardcover books. But you have to understand that we haven't come up with the right word, but this also offers a lot of spaces that we desperately need for a lot of activities for our citizens. So we may still continue to call it a library because we don't want to change, but it's a golden opportunity with the right design. And I haven't found, with the input of you and other people who know of softening or whatever using the green area. I just know enough that, if they want something, the system requires a certain wording, let's get it, and we can cross bridges one at a time.
That was a short answer. Ignacio.
Ed, it is precisely because of what you said regarding the reason Key Colony was involved in litigation that I'll respectfully agree to disagree with Councilmember Kaplan and McCormick. My understanding of Key Colony's involvement in this in the beginning is different, but that's neither here nor there at this point. And it is precisely because I like the idea of having Brett and or Key Colony and or additional people from the village involved in the design suggestion process in the future with the library that I believe this is premature. And Councilmember Kaplan, to address your point, as I'm sure you know in contracts, you can't agree to agree someday in the future. They have to come to an agreement. There is nothing that this resolution would accomplish that the same consensus from council to Mr. Baker and Raquel Regalado and everyone else go full speed ahead. You have our support. There's nothing this resolution will do in addition to that. On the contrary, if we pass this resolution and for some reason there is no agreement on something, then we've taken a position against our own residents. And that's something I don't want to do. Now, again, I repeat, I'm not trying to stop this. I'm not trying to go against this. So far, everything I've heard is 100% positive in this. I would like to see it. I'm no architect. I'm no designer. I'd like to see the design change a little bit. That's my personal taste. But that's just something that I'd like to see worked out in the future. So again, my problem is with the timing of this resolution. I think the consensus of council to move full speed ahead is more than enough in this situation. And let's resolve it all in one shot so we don't have to revisit this over and over again, and let's the people involved take care of business.
Points well taken. Ready to call the question?
Mr. Vice Mayor, may I add a few comments before you go forward?
Go ahead.
So in the spirit of this, as we talked about during the last council meeting and in a conversation with Councilman Segurola, I chose to use the word intent versus plan. And I think words mean things in this case. So we are supporting their intent and their interests to fund and construct, not necessarily the plans they have presented to us. I've talked to Ray Baker, and he's with us tonight. And if you would like him to speak, he's available. We're not approving plans. We will be part of the process. And in the end, the village will be the permitting authority of this facility. So we will have an opportunity, the village and the community members, to be a part of this design process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call the question, Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. The next item, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a second amendment to the agreement for address verification services between the Village of Key Biscayne and the School Board of Miami-Dade County, Florida, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move. Thank you. I pulled this because to me, this is absolutely a waste of money. There's not saying what the $35,000 is supposed to do, which is make sure only the right people go to the school. It's a waste of money for us as taxpayers paying over $50,000 a student in taxes for to the school board that we should have to pay $1 more for them to do the job. Fortunately, unfortunately, I spent a number of years with the school board and the school system. And I know if you want to do it, they'll take your money. But if you don't want to do it and you raise hell, they'll do it. So to me there's no reason why we should pay anything. They should do it. And if they don't do it, or we should make them do it, they will do it. And there becomes our person, a representative on the school board to get it done. And as I've told the members of the Educational Advisory Board in prior years when they had me going to get things done at the school board, if you want things done, you have to have people, residents, go to board meetings and speak up. Because the people who speak up at the board meetings are lobbyists, engineers, lawyers, and other people who live off the school board. They do not basically care about the Teachers Association, the parent associations, or anything else who doesn't come and complain. So if we want this done much less expensively, all we have to do is have our people who are involved in these committees go down and make sure it's done. And you know what? It'll get done without $35,000. Yes, Allison, you probably disagree, but go ahead.
I don't entirely disagree with you. I wanted to speak more in an effort to give a sort of brief history of how we got to this point. So, and Frank will remember that initially we saw and residents complained and we were aware that it was a problem that people were falsifying documents to gain admission and saying they were residents. And the school district did fulfill what they saw was their obligation to look into it. They required certain documents. They looked at the documents, and that was the end of it. And we said as a community, it wasn't enough for us. And we demanded, I like to think we asked more politely, but we in effect demanded that they step it up. And they said, you know, this is what we are doing. This is what we're capable of doing. And if you want more, you have to pay for it. So they came back with a plan for a full-time person to the tune of $70,000, to which we all, including me, said that's ridiculous. And we renegotiated, we put pressure on, we did all the things that you said. We got it down to $30,000. And what we get for that is them going above and beyond the regular service they offer, which was the service we demanded, which includes home visits. We did this, we decided as a council at the time before you were here that we thought this was a good thing for us to commit to initially for 3 years. And we had a 1-year contract. To a 3-year contract, but we said to ourselves, let's do 1 year, let's see how it goes. But we think 3 years should be sufficient. The first year, depending on how you look at it, was a huge success. It was a major, major upset for many, many people and many schools. There were kids that were removed from Mast Academy mid-year, a lot of kids. It caused a lot of disruption within Mast. It caused a lot of disruption within the different feeder schools that the kids went, or they weren't feeders. I guess the schools, the home schools, or the expelled or rejected, whatever the word is, the removed children went back to. It caused tremendous upset at the K-8 for the kids who came off the wait list mid-year. But from the perspective of a village council and were we getting our money's worth, we clearly did, because the word on the street was, oh my God, what a disaster. Do not mess around with pretending you live in Key Biscayne. It's not worth it. Look at what happened to my kid. So we felt, good job, money well spent. Unfortunately, there were these terrible situations that you're dealing with children, but for the objective we set out for, we clearly accomplished it at half the original price. So then the next year comes and the staff person was promoted. The position was empty for a while and then filled. That person didn't work out. Then the position remained empty, and then COVID hit and it was not filled. So the year that we had committed to having a second year, I think they spent $5,000 of the $30,000. And for anyone listening, they don't get this money. They spend the money and we reimburse it. So that we don't give them $30,000 and they only spent $5,000. We only gave them $5,000. Mm-hmm. So where we are now should be year 3, but is essentially year 2. And I am not in support of giving people money to do something that they should and should pay for themselves. But in my opinion, and the reason I supported this the first time and the reason I support it now is that what we're getting is a service that they would not otherwise offer and that they're not obliged to offer. And I feel that we have negotiated a good price for it. It is not something that I see us needing to do long term, but I support doing it another year, especially since we had the lax off year with the position not being filled in what should have been our second year.
Is there a penalty to a parent besides removing his child from a school when he falsifies his address to get into
They do not pursue.
Is there a penalty?
I mean, forgery.
I don't know if there
is. Forgery is a crime.
Okay, so then basically Isn't the
But
way to do
nobody's
it is to have the state attorney to start?
We
to
could
try that?
the school district, I don't think will go that route. Do we have the right to do it? I doubt it, since it isn't technically our employee. But I will tell you, having witnessed it and having had people come and talk to me whose children were removed, that the punishment is pretty bad to have your child disrupted like that and to have brought it on yourself by falsifying documents.
Frank first.
The other way to look at it, apart from kids being yanked out of the school that shouldn't have been admitted in the first place, is a phenomena that really put a human face on this that Allison and I really struggled to address several years ago, which was a consequence of demand exceeding supply at MAST. And the fact was, a fair number of kids were not able to gain admission because their seats were filled by kids that live in somewhere else. And so we were driven by what we considered to be a good faith effort on the part of the district, as Allison said, to employ their regular filters, but they were simply too porous. They did not work. I think possibly the district administration learned a lesson from that experience and possibly learned to ratchet, improve the permeability problem of their regular filters, their due diligence. But the last time I sat here was 2.5 years ago, and it hadn't at that time worked sufficiently then. I don't know whether it's improved now, but it was a significant problem for the families that did not gain admission, apart from the punitive aspect of the families that, gamed the system. And I would support this until I know the answer to that question. So if this is another year of paying for this, I really sympathize with what you said. The philosophy of having to pay for this when you're actually paying your taxes to garner these services is controversial. We had this discussion in a very serious way when it came time to pay for the right to participate in the mass development in the first place. That wasn't fair. It wasn't equitable, but we were going to get it done. We had to do it. And I view this in that light. If we're going to have this protection, and the only way to get it is to pay a little extra, ultimately they need to fix their systems.
Luis? No?
Yes, a question briefly, literally briefly. What is the request for 1 year? 35?
Yes.
And the 30 that we did not use last year, just roll it over and add 5, right?
Oh.
So out of pocket.
Well, it's still out of pocket. I mean, because we don't pay until they pay.
I think, sorry, Benjamin, was that you?
Yeah, I have to be careful with Ed. I'm trying to emphasize cash flow. I know you're not cash flow oriented. From the point of view of cash, which eventually has to flow out, we had the money already appropriated and unspent.
Luis, hold on. I think I misled you.
That's okay.
So the very first year was the school year 2018-2019, where we spent $22,276.80. The next year was the year with the staff member being promoted and the school being closed for COVID. That is the year that we spent $5,131.86. This school year, 2020 to 21, it's my understanding just from my dealing with the school that the position was vacant for part of the year. There is someone there now. So, but we do not know this year's year-to-date spending yet. So it's my understanding that it will not be the full amount and we could roll some over, but I was wrong in saying that it was the 5,000 that was the year before.
I was using overly simplistic financial terms because part of our job is to educate people about how we are taking care of their hard-earned money that they contribute for taxes. So this is a decision that was made, whether it's half or a quarter or whatever. Literally, we haven't spent something that was authorized. Philosophically, I am with Ed. I'm also philosophically, as you know, very committed to strict enforcement. And this is another way of strict enforcement. It is absolutely more unacceptable to citizens who pay taxes, get their kid in because fraudulently, and let's call it like it is, fraudulently, people are cheating the system. And so on a perfect world, I wouldn't do this, but it's an imperfect world, and I want to be supportive of this. I will make this point, though, before I vote, because I respect the work of the Educational Advisory Board. I think we have not been able to close the loop on my reform of the boards and the appointments. We're all get elected independently. We have sort of a, I don't want to call it a right, but if to appoint people. And, you know, the people who are sitting there are great, and I know a lot of them, but I don't have a representative. I don't have, it's not going to jeopardize my support today, but I want my colleagues to know that, you know, it's sort of a joint, as per the charter, you know, the mayor nominates, the council approves. We need to do a little bit better as we move forward. So I support it. It's a lot better than all the other consultant fees we pay.
Thank you. The reason I speak, and I'll be very brief. We basically, you next. Basically, I was the oversight board, as you know, for the Dade County public school system for 4 years. I watched hundreds of millions of dollars being wasted. And I also watched meetings, which I used to go to regularly, people who's just saying, oh my God, why are they getting that money from the school system? Why are they doing this? Why do you have two sets of contractors? Why do you have a contractor who walks off a job, then you have another contractor that finished the job, and the contractor walked off the job, he bids and gets the next job. That's the way the school system works, unfortunately. And I found out that if you want to get it done, you get down there on a regular basis, you get it done, and you don't spend a damn penny. That's how
count me in to go whenever you feel we need to, and tell the board.
Ignacio.
I agree with you, Ed.
Thank you. Call the question.
I'm sorry, may I have a clarification question? Who seconded the motion?
I second it.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I'm sorry, who opposed?
No.
Councilmember Segurola, Vice Mayor London.
What's Brett? What are you doing, Brett?
No, I
what?
Approval.
So I have 2 nays.
Yes, it
Thank
passes.
you. Okay, motion
It
carries.
passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item
thing is what,
the next
Madam
item,
Clerk?
Mr. Vice Mayor, is public comments.
Okay.
Couldn't we move this for later?
We're actually right now 8 p.m. and I think the public comments we're going to have are going to be. I know Steve is going to talk about the when the manager discusses sidewalks. He's going to speak. Not yet, Steve. Any other public comments we have of the issues that we're going to be speaking of? The manager is.
No, sir. No, sir.
Does Peter want to read the instructions for?
Well, there's nobody here.
Remote.
No.
For remote. Or do you want to go to the manager?
I think the vice mayor should move to item 12.
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
Can you just move to item 12 so we can?
Item 12. Yes, that's where I am. Steve, you're on.
You have to invite people to be able to call in. You have to do that.
Yeah.
Yes,
excuse me. I'd like to invite the people when there's a specific thing, whether it's community scanner or the skateboard park.
We allow for general public comments, but I do think that the agenda says no later than 8 p.m. The manager's report is supposed to go. So it's 8 p.m. We can come back to public comments after that if you want.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for keeping me straight, Chad.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the reports and recommendations, village manager's ongoing project update.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. Before I ask our directors to come forward to present our items, I do just want to make a couple comments on the importance and our focus on public safety. As you know, we're coming out of the COVID pandemic and we're doing it safely and very deliberately. I've rescinded all of our emergency orders. Our vaccine rate of residents 16 plus years of age is 82% in the village. And we continue to open our facilities as we can hire staff. And Todd Hoffenberg will talk more about that when he steps up here. We continue to focus our efforts on addressing disorder and crime with an increase of police presence on weekend evenings. We are preparing the staff for hurricane season. In fact, we have a 3-day training session starting tomorrow, which we will follow with an exercise to ensure our team is ready for hurricanes. And as always, our fire and rescue professionals are ready to serve our residents. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Todd to present where we stand on the community center and programs affecting our COVID-19 transition plan.
and Council. Monday was a big day for us, exciting. We started with the camps. We removed the registration system on the gym and the pool. We're maintaining it on the basketball court just because our schedule changes throughout the summer. It makes it easier for people to figure out when it's available for them to come. And we're only a couple days in, but it's been received well. And as the manager said, we're going to keep moving forward and opening more and more as the summer goes on. And of course, a lot of that is will depend on our staffing that we're working on diligently to get back to where we were pre-pandemic with our part-time staffing. And I'm available for any questions you have.
Todd, there was a young lady who spoke earlier in the evening, and her questions were, why is not the community center open to all people?
It's open to all. I think what she's referring to is the jungle gym and the game room, which are currently occupied quite a bit by not just our one camp, but our several other camps. Like I said, we're a couple days into this. Give us some time to see if we can find some more time to open between our different camp schedules, and we'll be happy to do so. But are
we open the same hours we were before?
No, sir, we're not.
What is holding us back from doing that?
Hiring part-time staff. If you look at the agenda item, we have a staffing chart in there.
I saw that, yes. So it's people.
It's people.
Okay. But next item she had, the summer camp is taking priority over other members.
That's the one I addressed. That yes, we are, and it would happen every summer. We'd have the summer camp in specific areas, and it wouldn't be available. Right now, we have it available from 4 to 8:30, and instead of parents coming and imagine getting 2 or 3 kids together, getting them all prepared and coming to the community center to find out that the area that you wanted to use isn't available. We would like to be able to make sure that we tell the parents exactly when the areas are available so they can have that expectation that they can use that space when they arrive.
As our summer camps just open to Key Biscayne residents or the residents off the Key?
Key Biscayne residents only.
Thank you.
And children of employees.
Then you mentioned we're not open on Sunday. Is that again a staffing problem?
Yes, sir.
And finally, encourage and mandatory mask. What is your policy?
Our policy with our camps is mask is mandatory.
I think, Steve, you want to answer this? You talked about before that our policy was going to be encouraging, not mandatory. Is that contradictory? This is what you said is contradictory to what you said previously.
No, and I think, Vice Mayor, our policy across the city is, in fact, to encourage mask wearing, strongly encourage mask wearing and or social distancing. However, we do identify inside the policy that where safety considerations override and the people involved in making that decision can make the decision for increased protection. Just like you would have any other increased protection, like you would wear a helmet playing football.
I understand.
Any other
how many areas are mandatory masks? Entire community center, or just part of the community center?
Just those camps.
Just camps.
Not when you're working out, not when you're playing basketball, not when you're swimming. Just the youth population involved in our camp.
So the next question really is, what's your plan for getting more people besides advertising?
We've been recruiting. What I kind of point out there is we are employing quite a few people that will be leaving us in August because they're high school seniors on their way to college. So while the staffing that we have got is temporary, we're working to obtain more permanent staff. We've reached out to all of our previous employees, and unfortunately, most of them have become employed full-time at other locations.
You think our pay scale definitely has effect on how you hire people or who wants to work here?
The manager and I have been in discussions about that, both pay and some fringe benefits that we think we're discussing, but we're not prepared to present tonight.
Well, you're not prepared, but we're not open on Sunday. We're not, a lot of other facilities aren't open, and we have this big investment. We have all these people. It's summertime. The question is, until you do that, can you hire employees from temporary staffing companies? Have you looked at that?
We could take a look at that. Yeah, I mean, when you're in charge of a $12 million building and little people. It's a lot of responsibility just to put on anybody that we got from a staffing company yesterday.
I understand, but it's also responsibility to provide services to our community.
I couldn't disagree with you more. We also
thank you.
Like,
any other questions of Todd?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, I have.
So I have one also later.
Who wants to go first?
I just want to, you know, the key words here is give me some time, the operative word which you use. And the other one is safety. And I know the frustrations, and I know the individuals who are, you know, been, dealing and rushing things. But I'm telling you, I am very proud of our police department, excellent police department, our fire and rescue department, and him and his staff in protective life, which we now all of a sudden forgotten. And oh yeah, but we need to say it because people are in a rush, but we have been extremely successful. You heard the vaccination rate. You heard that we have one of the lowest, since I'm involved in some hospital, infections and death from this community. And then we need to recognize work like people like him, who takes a lot of, you know, from people, and we need to support them, because at the end of the day, we've had an extraordinary management on an unmanageable situation, and we kept this island very uniquely under control and safety. So I support him, and I support the manager's thing, and I support that. Give him a little time.
Thank you.
Because at the end of the day, it's a lot of children, and it's a higher authority. So congratulations, Todd. Congratulations, our police. Congratulations, our fire, for helping us get through this last 18 months.
Ignacio.
I understand the reasoning behind requiring masks for kids in the summer camps. But I guess my question is a legal one. Is that a violation of the governor's orders?
Mr. Chad.
No, again, I think the village is operating in its proprietary capacity. In that case, the community center is no different than a business. So, no.
Is the community center considered a public building?
I think it's public property. I know that there are parameters on access, but it's part of our operation in our proprietary capacity. We're not operating in our regulatory capacity, and that's what the order was trying to address. So,
is there any plan for phasing out the masks for kids?
And that's something that we'll be following over time. I mean, again, like I said, we just started on Monday, so a lot of this is being analyzed, and it's part of the manager's 3-step plan over the summer to report back to you and the community as we move forward.
And actually, one more question. What are the age ranges that masks are being required for in the summer camps?
Whatever. I mean, most of our camps are 14 and under, the vast majority being under 12.
So whoever's not in a camp is not required to wear the mask?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Frank?
No, I'm good.
Steve, next. Thank you. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And we do support you, just want to get more people working.
I got you.
Next item up, and don't go away there, Mr. Hofferberg, is the skateboard park and some of the options that we've come forward for your consideration. Again, these are just for consideration, and I know there was a concern earlier from a resident that we are moving forward, but we are very early in the process and want to present to you some of the options that we've had a chance to evaluate.
Well, we've seen it. You want to go right to questions? Because we've read the stuff.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Well, not a question, a comment.
Go ahead.
I looked over the proposal and the ideas. I thought it was very well developed. Thank you very much, Todd. Given all the potential locations, if it were to happen, and again, I like the manager just said, we haven't decided to go forward, just analyzing it. My vote would be for Calusa. I think that would be the least intrusive for any of our residents. I think it would give enough space to have a proper park, but also create enough of a buffer so that there won't be any complaints with noise or intrusion or anything like that. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Luis?
100% with Segurola. That's the only one I consider feasible. And in the interest of time, because I am direct, and those who want the park, I will not under any circumstances, come even close to $350,000. This community has major needs. If I had plenty of money, or the fellows from Tallahassee said we got $500,000. So if you're looking at 350, you can count me out no matter where you put it, or even anything that is other than a more reasonable. It just doesn't fit in the priorities that we have. Unfortunately, we do not have unlimited resources.
Frank?
I think, as Ignacio said, it's a thoughtful and I think comprehensive, analytical way to approach this problem. And I would just encourage you to keep going. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing.
I make a motion that we pick Calusa Park.
Anyway, let's keep going first. Everybody talk, then you make a motion. Okay. Allison?
I'm sorry that I just stepped away for a second and missed the lead in.
Skateboard park. This is what we proposed.
My general comments. I looked through the work that was done. I think I'm very impressed with the work product. I like the ranking system for the different locations, and I would have agreed with the location that was determined based on the ranking system, just even off the top of my head. No reason to go through the reasons why I don't like others. The one thing that I would say, in keeping in mind the comments we heard earlier from Ceci Sanchez, I think for the community, it's important that we recognize the distinction between what is being contemplated here and the pump track that we had, that it's a different activity, it's a different demographic that we're targeting. I also would like to reiterate, although I was sad to hear that the original opportunity we thought we had for a really affordable temporary facility that we could have obtained really wasn't, it was, I guess, worth the price. So it wasn't worth pursuing. I would still like to think that we could think about something temporary to take the temperature of the community and to make sure that this is something that we want and that we would sustain use of and have sort of broad buy-in among the community before committing to something really permanent and a very big expense. So that's my
Todd, there was one question raised by a citizen, which is, how many people use the skateboard park? How many people do you project the skateboard park?
I don't have those numbers available for you tonight.
Any way of us getting an idea before we go forward with spending lots of money to know how many people would benefit by it? I guess that's I'm not saying tonight, I don't expect you to, but I don't know how you even go about it, but
yeah,
I'm just
that would be
posing
my
the
question
to you.
I think the only way I could do that is to speak with some other local municipalities who have one and kind of get an idea of what their experience has been.
Luis.
I made a motion. I don't know if
you make the motion now if you want to make it.
I'll second it. To pick Calusa Park as the alternative.
I'll second that.
We're not ready for this.
No.
Yeah, I am ready for this because
no, wait. I think the spirit of the motion is let's ask Todd to continue investigating it.
Yeah, that's all.
With Calusa as the location.
That's all.
Not let's go forward with
it's a favorite location.
Yeah, but because sometimes we leave things hanging and with them create a lot of problems. Yeah, it clearly should not be, and you heard the condominium association president, so I can eliminate that right now. I mean, you don't need to go through all this management ranking stuff. Come on, we're a small community and it makes no sense to have it at the beach club or the other stuff, particularly when our residents have told us they don't want it there. So within the reasonable, without all this ranking management stuff that they're going to do, is the north segment, what I call the gazebo corner of the green, as a second to Calusa. The other three are very impactful to the residents of this community. And we need to give them comfort that we're deciding to not infringe already. You know, they're facing kite surfing, a sport. They're facing skating, a sport. And they just want to go to the beach quietly and enjoy green areas.
Frank?
we don't have unilateral control over Calusa, and Calusa doesn't have lights. And so there's some study. We're not ready to do this now.
No.
We're not going to pick something against the will of serious constituent opposition, ever. It's, you know, that's just not what we're in the business of doing, but we're not ready to make a decision on
Let them keep moving forward.
I thought it was given
Sorry,
direction that
I
that was a
didn't-
prime.
Let's say,
Oh,
Allison.
Sorry, Brett. I really am very sad that nature called when it did, and I missed the beginning of this conversation. But I do have specific thoughts on why I would prefer the north end of the Village Green over Calusa, and it comes from the last time that we really looked at this and studied it. And what I learned at that point was, if you put the skate park in a part of your community where it's sort of out of sight, that's when communities get into problems with having activities go on there that you don't really want, right? If you want it to be just safe, clean, fun, it's best to have it where you can have your senior citizens walking by and sit on a bench and watch, or moms with strollers.
Visibility.
As opposed to Calusa. The other concern that I have with Calusa, in addition to the fact we can't light there, is the parking is so readily available that I get concerns about a lot of people coming in to skate who are not residents and who are from outside. So for me, I could not support those two in that order. I do support those two, but the Village Green North to me would be my number one choice. But I do agree with Frank. I think that we're perhaps a little premature on it, but I'm happy to join in with let's continue to pursue.
Ignacio.
I see the lack of lighting at Calusa as a positive because it will naturally control the time that skateboarding will take place. With regard to the parking and outsiders coming to skate, I don't think that's something we're going to be able to control one way or the other, because kids will invite their friends from off the island to come skate. That notwithstanding, I have absolutely no problem adding the north end of the Village Green as a second alternate site. And the motion, I guess, could be to direct Todd to continue investigating, limiting it to those two sites so he's not spinning his wheels on 6 or 7 locations. So if
a friendly amendment?
A friendly amendment.
I accept it. I accept it.
Second.
To have Todd limit his investigation.
Second on the amendment.
Sorry, so they're still ranked, or you're just saying pursue
saying
those two
two.
equally?
Pursue those two equally, investigate.
I could support pursuing them
All right.
equally.
So get a second to the amendment.
Second.
Second.
We
All
have
those.
it.
Want to call
the roll
on the amendment?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
On the motion.
Carries.
On the motion now, Jocelyn. That was the amendment to the motion.
No.
The motion initially
Motion.
was on just was on Calusa.
Yeah, Calusa. So now you have to do another roll call.
So if the motion, for the record, the motion is to direct Todd to come back with those two.
Yes.
Right, to further investigate and come back.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And I think, yeah, I just want to make sure, because I misunderstood what you said, Frank. I thought that we don't make a decision. You know, it's so important to tell people a quick no, to create expectation. It would be at least one vote here, and we are elected to make decisions. I don't believe the people I know would support spending $350,000. So that you have, you know, I don't want to put it into the motion, but that is, I was so enthusiastic about it when we voted, but when this number came back, I'm not even talk about ballpark.
Your
I'm
point's
not even
well
talking
taken.
about
I think we know where you stand.
Yeah,
Frank.
Just one request to what Ignacio pointed out about lights possibly being a positive. Consider that.
Yes.
Consider that.
Okay. And want to call the question?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item, Mr. Manager.
So we're on to section C, which we've already discussed earlier in the agenda this evening. So let's move on to section D, which I would ask Chief of Police Chuck Press to come forward and talk about our policing plan going forward.
Huh? Yeah. I don't know, a Coke, maybe a Coke. regular. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Chief Press.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening.
We understand this might be, I hope not, last time we see you at one of these meetings. Hope you come back for more. So please, go right ahead.
Well, I could tell you it's been an interesting 17 years worth of meetings. You know, bringing that to a head tonight, talking about policing and the efforts that our folks have made in the last several months have been extraordinary. I think we all know that the history of the Key Biscayne Police Department since I've been here is to, you know, respond and to identify critical issues and always stay fluid. So we've always had, you know, plans and traffic plans and patrol plans, but when things have happened, we've had to shift personnel, we've had to shut down units, add to different units and things like that. And this surge was no different. What made this surge extraordinary was we realized that it would take a super amount of presence in order to curtail the problem that that was occurring here in the village. And we've made an extraordinary stride in bringing back a quiet island during the evening. Our numbers have dropped dramatically week after week after week, which is exactly the effect that you wish. So it shows that we were successful in what we did. However, moving forward, we realized that you don't just walk away from a problem, but we cannot simply maintain that level of staffing and the extraordinary amount of overtime that it's actually costing us right now. So moving forward, we are going to still have additional staffing on our weekend nights as we go into the next several weeks. And we will then evaluate, or the interim chief will be meeting with the manager and evaluating the effectiveness of a lesser staffing, yet at the same time, the same type of, you know, patrol techniques that we've been using to curtail the problems that we've had. So after the 21st of June, we're going to enhance each night squad by one additional officer moving forward every Friday and Saturday night, just to ensure that we have the proper staffing. And we're also going to do something for the next several weeks that is putting our motorcycles out at the high peak hours on Crandon Boulevard to look specifically for people who are putting our pedestrians at risk. You know, the park leaves, you know, 7, 8 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, our kids are crossing the streets. And as we move into the summer months, it's going to get dark sooner. So we wanted to see if we could have some type of a very high visibility effect and take some of our cops, our motor cops, and change their hours and do this specific patrolling to see if we can kind of bring down some of the traffic fears that people have regarding pedestrians. And one thing that I am certain that the Vice Mayor is excited about is we have taken our 2 school resource officers for the summer and we put them on bikes. They ride a bike Monday through Friday. They do park and walks at our shopping centers. They go into the condominium communities. It's something that we had started very successfully just before COVID hit. And it included all the staff. So our chiefs, myself, everybody was going out there riding in the morning. And it was a great thing to interact with the community. COVID hit, we stopped. And now, at least for the summertime, while we're at this kind of break, and we can use these 2 officers specifically for this. That's what we're going to do. Had some real positive impacts, some positive interactions with the community already, some great phone calls, people talking about how they saw these guys out there on the bikes. And they happen to be 2 very special police officers anyway. They're very proactive. They're very interactive in their people skills. So it seems like the right combination to do the things we want to do. We are right now currently at a very low level of staffing, kind of frightening. We have 2 vacancies right now. We have a 3rd officer out with an injury. We have a 4th officer that's leaving July 2nd, along with myself. We have 2 of our officers that are out on extended light duty maternity leave. So we are hurting, and our staffing issues are difficult. We've been pushed to the limit, trying to maintain, some semblance of continued proper levels of staffing, safe levels of staffing. So we have currently in the Hopper 3 look like wonderful, perfect Key Biscayne candidates for police officer. We're doing the background checks on them. We're expediting the background checks to ensure that we could get them out quickly. We're targeting probably around the end of July when we'll actually have them through all of their backgrounds, their testing, their psych, their polygraph, et cetera. And then they could actually start in their training, their field training officer. All 3 are veterans. All 3 are magnificent people persons. They have several excellent certifications that will fit right into KBPD. They know boats, they know community policing, they know SRO. They're highly trained and highly motivated. So I think we've got a good opportunity at least to, build ourselves back up, but this all takes time. Our FTO program is 8 to 12 weeks, depending on the experience of the cop. Those are mandatory time limits to ensure that they know everything they have to know to fit into the policies, procedures, and the way we do business here on Key Biscayne. And I'm out here for any other questions you may have. And just to tell you really quick, our Marine Patrol is suffering. One of the officers who's out on light duty is our 2nd full-time Marine Patrol officer, and Officer Mayer on July 2nd is retiring. He's been our main Marine Patrol guy. So we're already pushing others who have certifications into these roles. So we will at least have some semblance of a Marine Patrol on the weekends. We know our issues that are out there. So, and I'm open for questions if you have any.
Allison.
Thank you, Chief. I had two questions, one question, one comment, I guess. My first question was about actually Marine Patrol. Could you tell me, just since this is our last chance to really get to ask you, somebody suggested tonight that we focus on Marine Patrol on the ocean side. Can you give your thoughts on if you, I mean, you didn't have much time to prepare anything, but if you've tried it, what you, any pitfalls that you could see? I mean, it sounds like a really good idea to me because the vessel exclusion zone is obviously extremely important. And I know every time I go over the Bear Cut Bridge and I see boats pretty much on the beach at Virginia Key and people swimming, it terrifies me. And so it sounded like a good idea, but you're not going to be here to guide us. What are your thoughts about if it's feasible for us and are there budgetary implications?
Well, first of all, I would suggest to you that you're going to be in very good hands with the interim chief. Jason Eunice is an extraordinary young man, and he's very aware of all the issues. We put out 2 boats on the weekends, and they spend the majority of their time, unfortunately, babysitting the rowdiness, the noise, et cetera, and so forth, that is so demanding just for calls of service that we have to be out there. However, in the past, we have always responded to the ocean side. And that's why when we created this unit, I bought a vessel that could go out in 10-foot seas. And I bought the rib craft that could get into the most shallow of waters on the bay side in case we needed them to manage through the partiers, et cetera. So if there was an issue out there on the east side, all we have to do is have somebody call us and we could send one of the boats out there. But because of the danger of the fanaticism of the partying that goes on the bay side, it's not safe just to have one vessel out there. And that's why we almost exclusively stay in that general area. But it is a viable option. It does work. We respond to emergency calls out in the ocean because all Marine patrols are required to respond to marine emergencies. So those folks are capable and they're ready to do that if they need to do that. And if we need to put in some patrol time out there, if it's a little bit quiet on the bay side and we could send some boats out there, we'll be happy to do that.
And then my other was just a comment about the SROs on the bikes. Just that I think it's such a great idea to see them out there because they have such good relationships already established with the kids. So to have them on the bikes where they can easily interact, I just kudos. I thought it was a great idea.
It was a perfect option for us. Thank you.
Luis? Chief, first of all, to add to the congratulative remarks you've gotten from unanimously from this community. Since this is our last meeting, I think we'll have an opportunity in the special session that we have in September. But earlier I highlighted with the kites and the other people of the incredible job. I like the philosophy that you spoke about today about fluid. Talk about fluid, the last 18 months, whatever plans you had to throw away. And the fact of the matter is that they were, with the fire department, in extreme exposure to life and death, not by guns, but by something that nobody knew what it was. And then in the recent incidents, I think your surge has been wonderful, even though, it's costing us money, but it's money well spent. Because life and safety is our top priority, as well as your search on the beach. It really brought the people to the table because they've all of a sudden, after the last meeting, saw your men as I was watching them from my window. So I commend you and all the men.
Thank you.
I hope that that they know that we believe in you and that we wish you all the best, but also that we're not looking for congratulations, but I think all of us have stepped up. We volunteer a small token of bonus. We finalized your contract, at least temporarily, and we gave you every resource you wanted with no exception on equipment and modernization and all the things that you need. So it's been a wonderful experience working with you, and you leave, I think, a good legacy upon which to build. And you already anticipated my only question, which is you're already working, as I should have known, way ahead of my question on staffing. Just like you heard me, I'm not going to, I don't like to spend money on consultants or skating parks. As far as this councilman is concerned, whatever we can, and I'm talking about resources, which is money, we've shown in the past, and I think we will continue to the interim chief to know that we're behind you.
Well, we appreciate that, sir, and I do also, and I think that the great legacy I feel for my time here is that when I walk out of this place, you'll still have great cops doing great work, and you'll have great civilian support staffs doing great work. And if there's ever something that I'm proud of, it's that we just have one of the finest teams I've ever been around. I felt that way when I left Miami Beach, and we had a tremendous police department. And I never thought we'd get here in Key Biscayne, and I'm damn proud of what we've got out there. So you're in really good hands.
Thank you, Frank.
Well, Chief, I don't want to be redundant, but I do want to just say it's just been a great partnership. and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for many things. I won't enumerate them, but one of them is teaching me a lot. It helps me to have a perspective when I watch the national news to think about our conversations about sociology and law and order and what policing really means in a complex society. All important lessons, and I hope we've all learned them. And I wish you well. You know that. And I guess I would also like to thank Jason for stepping up.
Absolutely.
That might have been a tough decision, but I'm delighted that he made it. And we'll see you down the corner.
Okay. And my last thing I want to say is I just want to thank the council and the previous councils for supporting the Sister City initiative. I think looking around this country right now, if we don't realize how amazing this program is and what the village of Key Biscayne has meant to the people of Liberty City, it's astounding. And you have touched lives that you'll never see, that you'll never know, and they're better educated, they're more responsible, they're more understanding of different communities. It gives them hope that they see things outside of their neighborhood and maybe they may be able to grab a piece of that pie, and it's huge. And if you all didn't provide that support, we wouldn't be able to do the things we did. So thanks very much. Have a great night.
Chief,
if there's no other questions.
Excuse me. I'll let everybody else speak first.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't want you to speak.
I know you'd be glad to be gone from me. And I know I gave you the
that's not
I know
true,
I've been
Ed.
the biggest pain in the butt of all the
Yes,
council members.
that's true,
We
Ed.
agree, right? And we fussed and we feud and we argued, and you always won and I always lost, but never
That's
gave
true
up.
too, Ed.
And as you told me, we're finally going to have the community thing. You got guys on bikes. Thank you so much. So in spite of that, I still think you do a terrific job. I think you did a great job in protecting us. Obviously, I think I have my other ideas, but like I say, a minority of one never got anywhere, and that was me. So again, I wish you only the very best. It's fantastic working with you, arguing with you, being with you, and your Sister Cities things. I've had the opportunity to go with the chief over to Liberty City and see what they're doing there and the people there, and just the young men that came and helped us one day. It's just a real pleasure, and he can't stress enough how important that is, not just for Key Biscayne, but for the community, for the nation, for the world, to get these people to realize there's something else and there's some opportunity and things can get better for them and for everybody who participates.
Absolutely.
So first, as a police chief, I thank you. For a compassionate human being, I thank you. And I won't argue with it anymore. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate
Chief,
that.
how can we, Mr. Manager?
Thank you.
Count on my support for the foundation. Is that coming under the budget?
What?
Mr. Manager?
Chief Press Foundation.
Oh, the contributions to the foundation.
The contributions to my foundation come directly from citizens who make their own private.
The village has not.
The village works through the Key Biscayne Community Foundation to provide some of the assistance that.
So that's
that
a
we
line
do
item
also.
to support.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Melissa will bring that.
Okay. For your information, Luis, it's come up before, and I vetoed it. They need 7 people to agree on a contribution.
Right, because it's
I will constantly always do that because I don't believe it's our duty to get elected to decide what the residents should contribute which charity. So as long as I'm here, I'm going to vote against it.
Well, not against the appropriation from the community against the count. Your position is our.
That's a contribution from here, from us. No, I 100% support them.
I wouldn't expect anything less. Thank you.
Ed, just your point is there's a difference between community groups that serve the community, this community, and community groups that serve a different community.
That's right. You got it.
Just to put a clarification.
I'm 100% support.
No, but I like the way that you talk. I mean, we know how you stand. That's all right. It's just like what I'm trying to do. I appreciate it.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Before I go on to Section E, we talk about our transition plan. I know he stepped out of the room, but I want to thank Chief Press for the job he's done. I want to thank him for how he's talked me through his process and how he's done his work over an amazing 17 years and how he's working with our team to transition his interim chief to set the conditions to find a new chief for Key Biscayne. I want to thank you for that, Chief.
Thank you. Sorry I walked out, boss.
That's all right. I saw you. I got your back, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So next up is Chief Eric Lang. He'll talk to us about COVID transition and also how we are going to move forward with these chambers to make sure we can continue to do effective community meetings.
Of the podium. Microphone's out.
Uh-oh. How about that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Right. Now you can hear me. If I could just take a minute and just mention what an honor it's been to work with Chief Press for so many years. It's been almost 10 years since I've been in the fire chief spot, and I've had some pretty crazy moments with him that I will treasure. Some really heart-wrenching stuff that rocks you to the core, that I think that helped us make this community better. And I will miss him. But one thing I won't miss is I was following him as such an eloquent speaker, especially during the budget process. So, but my hat's off to his service. So thank you. So a little bit about the transition plan. A lot of this has already been talked about, specifically that the emergency declaration remains in place. And the outdoor dining is something that the manager has asked us to continue to look into. That's one of the orders that remains in place. We talked a little bit about the vaccines. We've worked with the county and the state to get 2 different pop-up events, if you will. One was on the June 1st and the second was on the 9th. We got a total of 420 vaccines that were delivered. And we have those second dates or the follow-ups on June 22nd and the 30th. Jessica, our communication specialist, has been amazing in helping to get the word out. We had a great turnout for both of those events. Dr. Roland Samimi has been very early on in this process. We started talking to Curative about getting vaccines. And we are trying to get a more regular, what we're calling a vaccine event, possibly once or twice a week, where they come out. And we're working with Chad's office and the attorneys to see what we can do to make that a more regular thing. So we're very happy with what's been happening. And the manager has been encouraging us to make sure that we're serving the community in that. On to the council. One last thing on testing. We plan on continuing to test through the fall and possibly through the summer and possibly into the fall. With our Curative location kiosk with a minimum of at least one of them. But as long as there's demand, we're going to continue to offer the service. On to the council meetings and this transition. Mike Fleming and Pete and Kat Coppola have done an amazing job in getting this place set up for us. And as you know, meetings were suspended in person. We've set up this hybrid arrangement where we're all wearing our headsets and now coming up to the podiums, and we're interested in getting back to normal pretty soon. There's some things that we have to work out, if you will, some kinks, but there's a few meetings, the 15th of June, June 29th, July 6th, and July 27th. The plan will be to continue those 4 meetings in this fashion. The reason that is, as long as we're in the Zoom capability, there's a special piece of equipment that would allow us to integrate your microphones under a normal setting into and Zoom together, and it's called Synapse. And there's a 6-week lead time on that, and then we've got to get this implemented. We've been working with Mike Fleming and his staff to try to get that set up, but we're actually going out to other council chambers and making sure this system works before we put it in, because we know it's nice for the public to engage from home, if you will. And lastly, there are some upgrades to the system to better broadcast, if you will, upgrade our transmitter that will allow us to better distribute our message, if you will, on Comcast and on Channel 77. So That pretty much covers most of the items, at least the ones that weren't mentioned already, and I'm available for any questions.
I have a quick question to you or the manager. Even if I see that there's a timeline for the room behind us, but since I got here, I've been asking something simple like cleaning it up and making it.
I got it.
I got it. Okay.
We got it.
Council member, we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I had just a question, I think, for the benefit of our residents. If you could talk just a little bit about the pop-up vaccination events that you've had already. I've seen some concerns among residents as to, like, is this something we really need? We have such a high vaccination rate already in the village. Could you just share with us a little bit about what the participation has been?
Absolutely. So we were pushing from early on to get a vaccine site out here and our ability to be able to efficiently deliver vaccines. And what we realized, we were looking at our numbers and our vaccine rates were pretty high per capita. And so we weren't pushed to the front because we had pretty good saturation with our vaccines. And we work very closely with Frank Rollison over in emergency management and his staff with Miami-Dade County. Both the manager and I are in frequent contact with them and other officials in the county. And there was this opportunity to set this pop-up, they call it a pop-up event because they pull in with a van and they can basically, pop up a tent, for lack of a better description, and start providing vaccines. And so at the time on June 1st, they were offering us both the Pfizer vaccine, which is 12 and plus. So if you're 12 years old and older, you can get the Pfizer vaccines, which is a 2-shot series, if you will. And then there's the Johnson & Johnson, which is 18 and over, but it's a 1-shot. And so that first day that we had the vaccine site set up, there was demand all day long. We were doing about 25 people per hour. The afternoon was busier than the morning, and there was a constant flow of people. And it was about 50-50 is what it was for the Johnson & Johnson versus the Pfizer. The second day, which was through the state, which was just happened to be another entity that we were able to get our hands on, we had almost 180, and there was a little bit more on the Pfizer. It was about 80% Pfizer. And again, we had a constant flow. The staff from these agencies were professional. There was no cost associated with that to the village at all, 0 cost. And my theory is, as long as there's demand, especially if there's no risk to us, I would strongly suggest that we continue. And if I may, I have seen some chatter also about testing. People want to know where there's PCR testing available, and it's published on our website, and we share it on Village Connect, that our testing is PCR, that a lot of times we've gotten results back in 1 day, in 24 hours, but they say 48 hours. So if you're traveling, or if you have possibly an exposure, or, somebody does get sick, especially now that there's masks are recommended, that, that you can go down there and get tested. They'll process your insurance, and there's no cost. I've personally done it. I've taken my family there. We've taken our employees there, and Dr. Samimi has done a great job in putting that together. Does that answer your question?
It does, yes. Okay. Any other questions? Thanks, Eric.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And next, we want to talk about our sargassum plan. So I have to invite Dr. Samimi. I think I called you Mr. earlier. Sorry about that, Doctor. Come forward, please.
Yeah. You gotta hold it. I can't do that because we're muted. That's why I run back here, because I actually muted what I heard.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Pete,
Okay.
so Pete's talking over you. Pete, you're on live mic.
Is that Pete or is it Brett? No.
I think you're good now.
Okay. All right. So sargassum. I know that you like to pronounce that a lot. Sargassum, sarcasm. But it's an ongoing challenge. It's an ongoing operational challenge, and it's an ongoing fiscal challenge.
What happened?
Okay. I want to sort of start in reverse order and pick up where we left off back in April when I last presented to you guys various options And this was around the time that the beach renourishment had just been completed, and the various options were laid out as we move forward with having to go back out to RFP for a contract, a multi-year contract with a beach maintenance contractor. Jake and I have been working on drafting up that RFP. It is a complicated RFP. There are a lot of different options. There are a lot of different ways for a potential vendor to propose, just because there's no real easy answer for how to deal with the seaweed issue. Jake's in the process of reviewing it. I think that we have to then send it over to Chad to make sure that it has all the right front end and back end. And then I don't know if it has to then go before council for you all to be in agreement as to what the RFP contains. But one of the things that we also included in the RFP was an in-water option, management option that I think Councilmember Cigarola had mentioned would be worth having potential vendors explore and flesh out a proposal and a cost. And so we're in the process of doing that. And I'm hoping that for the next council meeting, we'll have that draft RFP for consideration. What we're doing right now has been working very closely with our existing vendor, Beachraker, to modify what they've been doing from the past, which was the integration in the top 6 inches, which we sort of took off the table. And so they're doing this deep burial approach. And they're trying to limit the amount of deep burial by balancing out the weed management with truck hauling. Now, for a while, that was looking really good. And then we had this extraordinary seaweed accumulation event middle of May to Memorial Day. And Beachraker really, they stepped up and almost extraordinarily were able to kind of manage the volumes of seaweed that ended up on the beach. But, it translated to a lot of truck hauling, mainly because there was no other option. And that truck hauling has essentially consumed a large part of the budget that we allocated for FY21 for dealing with seaweed. In working with Jake, we've identified potentially around $200,000 from the public works budget that maybe we can utilize to cover some of the future costs that we might be incurring this summer, mainly because the extraordinary seaweed accumulation that we saw in May was not really the sargassum that we typically see in the summer. That was a result of the strong northeasterly and easterly winds that essentially stirred up the senescing seagrasses and the dying seagrasses that are right offshore and then put that on the beach. The folks at University of South Florida have been tracking the sargassum issue in the Caribbean Sea, and it's looking like it's going to be heavier than what we got this past summer in 20. And, I tried to project what heavier might look like from a volume and a cost point of view, and, factoring kind of what we saw in June and July of last summer, and then multiplying it, say, by 40% or 50%. I got to a volume and a cost that I think we'll be able to cover with the additional $200,000 from Public Works, but it's not guaranteed because I can't anticipate the volume of seaweed that we're actually going to end up seeing. So right now, the sargassum plan, as we're sort of living it on a day-to-day basis, is deep bury, but try and limit that so that we're not putting as much seaweed into the sediment as as we could, and then truck haul, to the extent that we can afford to truck haul, And I've also been, and Steve has been working with council member, Commissioner Regalado and her team to work out something on Virginia Key. And they had identified potential use of a sludge drying bed at the Central District Wastewater Treatment Plant. But as things kind of evolve, they indicated, well, you know, it's a little bit more complicated than we thought it would be. And so, you know, we're not quite at the point that we can present the language to the county commissioners for, you know, some sort of decision as to whether or not we would allow you to use the spot. And the manager has also been speaking with Regalado's team, and I think that they proposed something possibly around the historic Virginia Key Beach. I'm not really that up to speed on that option, but it's an ongoing discussion. We haven't given up on trying to do something with Virginia Key. One of the things that came up was potentially cadmium constituent concentration in the seaweed as it relates to composting and or drying in whatever area we might try and use on Virginia Key. That's an ongoing debate. The jury's still out as to whether it's a problem or not. One of the things that we were thinking of maybe doing is working with Zero Waste Culture that's doing the composting on build bags and seeing if they can't do a little compost trial with the seaweed and mulch, and then use that product to then take it to the University of Miami and have Dr. Helena Solo Gabriel, who has a grant on seaweed composting research going right now, to see if she could do the analyses on what the constituent concentrations would be. And maybe that would be a way to crack the nut relative to Virginia Key. But then the state of Florida decided that they didn't want to accept any seaweed from our beach to their park, to the composting area to do this little trial. So now I'm working with Zero Waste Culture, trying to see if there's maybe an alternative location where we could maybe site some sort of composting experiment to get a sample to then have analyzed. So it's a Chinese finger trap. This seaweed thing is a Chinese finger trap. And right now we're trying to minimize the burial, and we're trying to also minimize the hauling. And we've also been juggling the complaints that we've been getting from Oceana because of all the traffic going back and forth to load trucks and the staging on the beach in front of Oceana. And I think that we've kind of sorted that out with them, and we've sort of worked out a schedule that seems to maybe be working for them, and at the same time doesn't impede our beach contractor and their ability to perform a high level of service. So it's a struggle, but that's generally sort of where we're at. And I'm available for questions.
I just start at the end. I want to congratulate you for the job you're doing. I mean, if you were here earlier, even citizens call you out as for your service in the kite situation. And I want to tell you that I understand about 20% of what you're talking about, but I have full faith and credit on your expertise. And I think most people don't share my lack, but you've done an excellent job, particularly on outreach, both in being out in the community and in the stuff you put out that is actually in plain English. And whether it's the beach nourishment, all the stuff that you're doing all at once. And on this particular case, because we need to use these to also inform our citizens, we cannot, neither you or I or anybody, control nature. So we're constantly reacting in the most cost-effective way to mitigate something that we cannot stop. So, because there's one thing to be informed, and then there's the group that complains. I personally think you're doing a good job. And I just want it on the record. As it relates to the RFP, I haven't the slightest interest in seeing it. And I don't believe that that's as close to micromanaging as you can get, which is not the spirit under which I operate. And I think we were founded because that's highly technical. And who knows, include, we may have experts, all of a sudden are experts. So as far as I'm concerned, I delegate to you and the manager those decisions because I don't think we're going to, but overall, I think he's doing a great job using Chief Press, phrase, it's very fluid. And in your case, it really is fluid.
Understood.
So thank you.
Understood.
Frank?
Just a thought on the composting experiment. My understanding is that you do this or can do this within a containment, not requiring a dedicated property. And if that's the case, it seems to me, pick a place and do it.
Frank's lawn.
Yeah. I wouldn't even notice it.
I'm happy to work with the manager and with the folks
big backyard.
From Zero Waste Culture to try and find a suitable location that doesn't become like a nuisance for the people that are engaging with that location.
Allison?
I want to echo Councilmember Laredo's thanks and gratitude for the job that you're doing with the beach. Chinese finger trap only has two problems. This is like a whole hand all at once. And I think it is amazing. And I think that, he said it right. Your fluid approach to it, just sticking with it and constantly trying to look at this from different angles. I mean, it's clearly a very high priority issue for our community, the use and the cleanliness of the beach, but it's also a massive problem with what we're expecting in terms of the influx of the sargassum. And to see so much of our budget to be eaten up by seaweed that was not even the expected sargassum is clearly a bummer. So, thank you also to Jake for helping to find some additional funds. But basically what I'm hearing as we enter into budget season is to maybe brace myself for things to come, because maintaining our beach the way we have been, or even if we go for a slightly more natural approach, is clearly not inexpensive. And to do it in a way where we don't breed bacteria and other things, we need to get ready, Ed.
Get ready.
Yeah, I mean,
Jake, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Jake and I are trying to keep an open mind to alternatives, to innovative alternatives. That's why we put the in-water option into the RFP. You might have seen some email traffic today that, was a little bit prickly, but it is being considered, and whichever vendor wants to propose that option, they're welcome to do so. And Jake and I are pretty clear that we're not going to lessen our requirements and our criteria in the RFP for screening and evaluating vendors providing a service in the village as best as the citizens of the village would require. So that's kind of where we're at.
I had one other thing, that the inclusion of zero waste culture in trying to work this problem, I think is amazing, but also worth noting that, when we go into looking at community groups, zero waste culture was clearly one that we had discussions, Councilmember Laredo will remember, where we talked about seed money as to get things started. And the idea that we have a community group that came together, and some of us went, I almost missed them, I was so late, but when they invited us to go, I did manage to get there and see the work they're doing, which is amazing, and really engaging a lot of people in our community, which is beautiful. But now for us to talk about a return on investment, to see if they're going to be able to help us with the science of this, to figure out how to compost this seaweed and manage it and save us money in the long run, I'm extremely grateful that we gave them the start that we did. And I have very high hopes for the collaborative effort of this community group and our village staff to maybe try to find some solutions for this problem.
Before you came aboard, Roland, we had a contract who was supposedly doing some of the work you're doing, and they provided us a report, and it dealt with the beach and seaweed, etc. And if I remember correctly, again, it's been quite some time, In that report, they showed a generator, a power generator that would actually work off small generators that would actually work off this seaweed. You familiar with that at all?
I'm not. You know, I have a PhD, but I'm not expert in everything.
Well, no, we should have. The company was called Square D, I think, or D Squared, which is Robert and his son Duraglio, and
sure,
it should be available. And I think they did mention the name of the generator, etc., where you could actually have these small generators on the beach and convert seaweed to energy.
I'll reach out to them and look into it. I mean, the volumes that we're talking about are staggering. So again, because we're so space constrained, that's been one of the biggest challenges. If we could get a location at Virginia Key at the treatment plant where we could potentially deploy some kind of technology like that at some point. Right now, I'm just looking to try and open up a crack with with a wedge. And if I can get something going on at Virginia Key at an acceptable location, just to stage and try something simple relative to composting on a pilot scale, that might generate the results that then produces more enthusiasm and momentum to do something a little bit more sophisticated, a little bit more technologically oriented, and maybe a little bit longer term. But I'll certainly follow up with them and look to see what those are all about.
Vice Mayor, Chad, I remember it, and they ran into issues with Durham, and the former village manager was working with them closely. So there is a file here. So you probably have it. The other thing, and I want to just mention, I remember seeing, I think it was on 60 Minutes, of a company up in the Mid-Atlantic that was collecting all the seaweed in the ocean and then steaming it and grinding it and selling it for like animal food and other things. Maybe you can look at that company as a way to come and pick it up for you here, and you don't have to pay for it.
One of the things that was brought up by Regalato's chief of staff was that they were talking to this woman who's from University of Florida, who's doing vermicomposting of organic material up in Davie, and whether we could work with her. And I've actually spoken to her, and they're willing to try seaweed composting through their vermicomposting approach. But again, whereas they might take a truckload or 2 truckloads, we're dealing with in the 2 weeks in May, we took 120 truckloads of seaweed off the beach. That's almost 2,100 cubic yards of seaweed. So I'm open to all sorts of interesting and innovative approaches, but the practical reality is that I have to deal with seaweed on a day-to-day basis. And if the wind's not blowing in our favor, then we get creamed. If the wind's got a little bit of west in it, it keeps the beach beautifully clean the way it has been for the last couple of days. And so it's a volume and timing game. And, I'm at a point where I'll just about follow up anything as long as it's not a pie in the sky sort of waste of time and energy and effort chasing, a couple cubic yards when I got to deal with, 2,000 or 3,000 cubic yards.
Thank you.
I wanted to, if you saw my comments to our Tallahassee lobbyists, our Washington lobbyists, I know that business, and we have a big development this week on the infrastructure project, which was a clash between Democrats and Republicans. There's now a 10 Republican 5-5 consensus is still being worked out, where they accept the part about climate change without using the word climate change, because that's how you move forward. And they use the words resiliency. So now we have a building consensus on that being, quote, infrastructure. I implore you and the manager with the people we pay in Washington that get on this, because this money will be flowing, and we pay them, and I know they send a daily report, but I'm looking for checks.
Right.
And so the timing is right. I know I don't need to add another burden to you, but this door will close soon when they make a.
Thank you.
And it's moving in the right direction.
Hey, Councilmember.
Just don't use climate change. Just don't say it.
So, Councilmember, we are in contact with Mr. Davenport, and we've actually brought up that conversation. So, next change, Mr. Vice Mayor, after Dr. Samimi, is our
Mr. Jake
monthly update on our septic tanks.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. Septic tank update, we're down to 63 homes from 72. And it's slow, but we are making progress. And as you know, the COVID, Miami-Dade County Durham relaxed some of the requirements for septic tank conversion. And so last year we didn't make too much of progress, but the new administration, they really pressing it on. And I'm hopeful that the next couple of months, we're gonna make a lot more conversions and get that number to 0. That's the septic tank.
Can I ask you?
Yes, sir.
On strict enforcement.
Let him finish.
Can we do? No, he was going to move to another subject.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Is it too harsh to raise the penalty to 1,000? That people are just not doing.
Correct. It is in Miami-Dade County. Unfortunately, as a village, we have no enforcement teeth. It's enforced by Miami-Dade County Durham, and it's really up to them. And
so this suggestion is from Durham.
Correct. Yeah.
We have no way of.
We have right. We just all we could do is suggest, but on the sideline we put pressure on Durham for them to put the pressure on.
Did they extend the deadline to September 30th?
I'm sorry.
Did they extend the deadline to September 30th?
30th of 2020. Yes.
Sorry.
Last year's September it ended.
Oh, it
ended. Oh yeah, it's over. It's over. But again, the Durham was already slow to begin with, and the COVID unfortunately slowed everything even more.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, perhaps what we can do with the Commissioner Regalado moving forward with that recommendation to create a countywide task force for septic tanks, perhaps we can go to her and work with Durham to use Key Biscayne as the example. We've moved forward way ahead of the county, and perhaps we can get Durham to come down hard on a remaining 75 to set the example.
Okay. Anybody else questions for Jake? If not, Steve?
He has another subject.
Yes, so last item, this is the item that I asked to add to the agenda earlier this evening. Sidewalks for Harbor Drive and our safe routes to school.
We have a public, you're going to speak first? Do you want to have public comments?
It's up to you.
What's your pleasure? Steve, what's your pleasure? Public comments first?
I'd like to have the director speak first.
Okay,
set
right
forth
ahead.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen and bring aerial photos. Okay. As you know, the Safe Routes to School construction has started. We are in June, I'm going to say February sometime, and we are 90% completion. And during the construction, we had bi-weekly progress meetings with contractor, construction engineer, myself, our police department. And getting together with the police department, we figured out, we realized that there's some changes needed to be made to design documents. And I wish people involved police department out earlier, but better late than never. They got involved, and we looked at the plans and looked at requirements of crossing guards. And as a result of that, we decided to make some changes, and there are 3 locations that we added additional sidewalks, and I'm going to go one by one. The first one that you see is West McIntyre between Ridgewood and Woodcrest. Actually, I'm sorry. This is West Enid. This is West Enid. The initial design drawings showed the sidewalk running north to south and the kids crossing West Enid. Okay. In this area. And based on our conversation with Surgeon Santiago, he recommended to install a sidewalk right here and to channelize students here. And this is the entry to, I believe, the elementary school kids. And we installed sidewalk, a south side between Ridgewood and Woodcrest in this location. So this is going to eliminate this crossing, and they're only going to have to provide a crossing guard at this location because it's more important. So that's best.
Can you go back to that?
Yeah.
So that gate there on Enid, my understanding, this year I haven't been there, my kids were. I'm sorry. Sorry. My question is routing people to Woodcrest, the gate there by the middle school cafeteria, which is just like, if you see that long palm tree slightly to the left, the shadow, that white line across.
Yes.
That gate is not an entrance. So the entrance is on Ridgewood. So the idea is to have people walk north on Ridgewood, turn right on Enid, cross at Woodcrest, and then go the same distance again on Enid to turn right on Ridgewood to go up to enter by the bike rack?
No, it's my understanding that there'll be entrance right around here. That's all I've been told by Surgeon Santiago.
Okay. Maybe there's a change I'm not aware of.
Well, I'll clarify with him, but this
Check,
was
because I know now my kids were MSO this year, so we didn't go to school.
Okay.
So I don't know if they made a change, but with the previous school administration, that gate was shut and not because of traffic issues of people slowing down cars there.
Yeah.
She posted safety patrols to make sure no one entered there.
Okay. But
Yeah,
I'll talk.
And Jake, additionally, I mean, even if that was an entrance there, typically the way that the school works is that there's certain entrances for certain grades. So that may be for only middle school, where the entrance for the smaller kids may be on the other side. So again, if somebody's coming down Ridgewood, I think what Councilmember McCormick brought up may not make sense, that people are going to walk all the way a block over, cross, and walk a block back. They're going to still cross. I mean, in architecture, we learned that the shortest distance for pedestrians is the way that they're going to go, almost no matter what, whether it's dangerous or not.
So Brett's point is correct. So the fifth graders are designated to exit at the bike rack on Ridgewood, like across from the other Enid over there, kind of up by Mrs. Savage's house. And so when they come south, they will likely still cross where there's no crossing guard and where there's no crosswalk on Enid and Ridgewood there. And that happens to be a very dangerous intersection at pickup and drop off, because you have parents heading both north and west on Enid.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I didn't see this sooner to talk about it. But
right. No, I understand totally. Again, and I understand nobody's going to walk and make a U-turn an entire block, and it's just going to travel twice the distance. This is purely based on this entrance here being available. And I'll clarify that, but I'm pretty sure that that's what's going to happen.
Okay.
Now, going to the second location, I'll come back to Harbor later. This is West McIntyre, just north of the school. Again, similar, I believe, so there's an entrance in this location right here. And it's an existing sidewalk. This is existing right here. And the new sidewalk is up here. And we installed sidewalk at this location. And then existing crossing right here. And then this crossing is actually going to be eliminated. So the kids that are traveling north, they're going to go this way, and then traveling south, going to go this way. And then this is the one that's going to be utilized and also manned with the crossing guard.
Is that good?
This one, I agree with Brett that anyone who's coming out the bike rack and wants to go north on Ridgewood is probably going to want to cross at that corner.
Yeah.
But the way that the bulk of foot traffic goes, this one makes a lot of sense, especially people traveling like in the morning to school, coming south on Ridgewood, which is heavily traveled on bicycles, even though there's a sidewalk out in Woodcrest. It makes a world of sense to have them turn left and not cross there, because that's another pickup line disaster of two different lanes converging. So this one does make sense to me. Can I ask you, the crosswalk that goes to the McIntyre sidewalk, that one that's not circled on the left side down a bit, there has traditionally been a crossing guard there, and that will remain, right?
That remains, correct. So we're not going to have this one. So we'll only have two crossing guard, one.
And that's what exists now. So this is no addition in terms of budget. And we're really talking about, it's also such a populated area. And this is also little kids who tend to be more compliant, I think. This pickup and drop off areas for pre-K, kindergarten, first and second grade kids.
Yes. And again, budget-wise, we don't have the budget to put in crossing guards. And also logistically, it would be a nightmare having 3 crossing guards in very close proximity. It would be a total gridlock. So that was the second location. Now, going back to Harbor Drive. Okay. So Harbor Drive, there is an existing sidewalk. It's not that clear, but I'm just going to highlight here that this is on West McIntyre. And the Safe Routes Schools project installed the sidewalk on Southside Harbor Park on West Unit. And the initial design drawings called out for crossing here and here. Again, further coordination, police department, residents, and staff, we thought that it would make sense to install sidewalk on east side of Harbor Drive, west side of Harbor Park, approximately around this location here. And then provide a crossing right here and connect to existing sidewalk on West McIntyre. So that way you provide full connectivity from McIntyre west. Also, there will be a crossing right here, and they could cross to west side of Harbor. They could travel down south, and they could travel east on West Unit or vice versa. So this is the third location that the additional sidewalk. This has not been installed. The other two are installed, but this location is not installed yet. And all this changes are being submitted to Florida Department of Transportation. We cannot do it by ourselves, regardless of who pays for it. It's for the project. They have to approve it. So it's been submitted. DOT agreed that this additional safety for the entire project is within intent of the original project. So that's where we are.
Sorry, did you say there will be a crosswalk at McIntyre across Harbor?
At this location here. There will be no crossing guards. There'll be a crossing.
A crosswalk.
Crossing, right. Crosswalk, right.
And so if you have one at both, my understanding, I thought the reason for the addition of the sidewalk where the park is was to have only one crosswalk across Harbor. But you're going to have both?
We are going to have 2 crossings, right.
So anyone who needs to go from McIntyre to Enid could do it on the west side of Harbor if they wanted to without the addition of this sidewalk.
Correct. They could, but they would have to cross twice Harbor Drive.
Are we limiting a crossing guard there?
There is no crossing guard here. There will be, I believe there'll be crossing guard at this location.
We're not eliminating it, but I'm just asking, we're not eliminating it.
We're not. No, we're not.
How much does a crossing guard cost us a year?
I couldn't tell you. That's for Chief Press.
Benjamin, think he's in the back eating. Okay, anything else? Steve or anybody else, any questions for Jake before we bring up public comments? Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, time for your public comments. You have 3 minutes. I'll notify you when you're 30 seconds left. I'm gonna need.
Before you start counting, is this working?
Yes.
Maybe just leave that there. You can DIY it.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. We as residents are encouraged to notify our local government with the phrase, if you see something, say something. Early on the morning of June 2nd, I followed that protocol. After spotting a row of wood stakes abutting trees in Harbor Drive Park, I saw a Village Public Works Department employee who was nearby. I asked him if those stakes meant that a sidewalk was going in at the park. He said he didn't know, but he would ask his department head and get back to me. 2 minutes after that conversation, a tractor and bulldozer arrived at the park. Over the course of the next 28 minutes, which included a flurry of phone calls with the village, the tractor began digging up the ground, then stopped, and the crew finally departed. Jake called to inform me that the sidewalk was being placed on hold until council could make a decision tonight. But I didn't see this item anywhere on the public's version of the agenda. Without public notice, you shouldn't be surprised that I'm the only resident speaking to this topic tonight. My objections to this sidewalk are the following. This potential sidewalk segment was not part of the publicly vetted and council-approved Safe Routes to School plan. When council voted to acquire the 2 parcels for this park, a map of the Safe Routes to School plan was part of the agenda package. On June 2nd, I asked Jake about the harm to the tree roots that would be cut in order to install the sidewalk and was assured that it wouldn't be a problem. Given the proximity, that didn't sound right to me nor consistent with the village's previous level of care taken to preserve these same specimen trees and to protect their root systems, which are known as a species to be composed of many surface roots. I had an outside expert from the University of Florida Extension Office, Dr. Michael Orphanides, weigh in. He wrote, cutting roots of existing trees, especially larger roots, is never good for them. And even more so with older trees that are less resilient than their younger counterparts. What we find is that many of these larger roots on older trees do not regenerate sufficiently and just decay, especially if the species does not compartmentalize decay well in its woody tissues. Royal Poinciana would fall in that category. One rule of thumb that many arborists ascribe to is avoid cutting major roots within a zone that is equivalent to 5 times the distance across the diameter of the trunk measured at breast height. Using that formula in the 30
You have 30 seconds left.
Using that formula in the 30-inch diameter of the 2 largest Royal Poincianas at the park, that would be 12.5 feet. You might even find an arborist who would use 3 times or 90 inches, but cutting inside that exclusion zone should be avoided at all costs. I ask you to consider these solutions. 1, I don't believe we need that sidewalk connection at all. But if you feel we do, we've already seen that you can just go 13 feet instead of 191 feet across the concrete. Can I just finish one sentence? If you really insist on having a pedestrian connection between these 2 streets that border the park, why not solve the problem through the park design process? How? Why not take a page from Hampton Park, which has a path composed of natural, locally sourced, permeable material, and by design, it encourages people to meander slowly as they traverse the park.
Thank you. Jake, do you want to say anything or not? No? Thank you. I guess now we have sorry? Anybody here have any comments? Allison? Well,
you got a caller.
Sorry?
You got a caller.
Someone else has their hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Peter.
see that.
we do have one caller with the telephone number ending in 906. Caller, please dial *6 on your telephone now to unmute yourself. Caller, you were live.
Yes, thank you. Michelle Esteves, 425 Great Tree Drive. Dr. Simon, I disagree. Sidewalks save lives. I encourage the council to move on with all the sidewalks that you can possibly build. Many of you might not know that my sister, when she was 14 years old, she was killed Halloween night on Harbor Drive because we have no sidewalks. And I have the honor to be sitting on the council when the Harbor Drive sidewalk was approved. So all sidewalks save lives. I know tree is very important, but can be replaced and replanted, a poinciana tree anywhere on the island. So please take that in consideration, because I know what is to lose someone because we did not have sidewalks.
Thank you,
Moving
Michelle.
forward,
Oh,
I would like, it's okay. I would like to thank the manager. Steve, thank you for attending to our 4th of July parade meeting. Your participation and reaching out to the community and start with the organization on the island was very much appreciated by our 4th of July parade committee. I would like to just remind to the council, if you have not seen and heard the news, that staffing is very shortage all over the nation. So Todd, I know you might having a hard time to staff the community center to provide service to this community. The budget time is coming. So I'm sure that you're gonna need to probably raise the rate to bring people and encourage people to come to work at the community center.
30 seconds, Michelle.
Right. Using the example for the restaurants, they used to pay $10 for a dishwasher. Today, if the dishwasher wants to come, they're requesting $16, so it's hard. Chief Press, thank you with big letters. I am not going to details, but I know that you serve this community. And I really appreciated that you are bringing the motorcycles out. And please have input into Patrol Harbor Drive. It's a big number of residents Harbor Drive that they are complaining about speeding. So if you can control the speeding in Harbor Drive,
Time is up,
will
Michelle.
be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Peter?
I have no one else signed up.
Any comments from anyone in council? Yeah. Okay, your second. Go ahead, Allison.
I have concerns about the issue with this being added later to the agenda and not making it on the one on the website. Dr. Simon called me earlier today and pointed it out to me. I went to the website myself and checked. And I do think that this particular decision should be made with ample notice to the community and a time for them to weigh in. I think most especially because both of these projects converging on this one sidewalk, the Safe Routes to School sidewalk project and the purchase of the Harbor Drive Park, both had so much community input and conversation that I think to move forward and make a decision tonight without having had it properly noticed and give people an opportunity to comment on it, I think it's bad form. I think it makes us look bad. It opens us up to seeming like we were trying to do something, without allowing input. And I'm not interested in opening ourselves up for any additional criticisms.
Thank you. Luis?
Well, I'm glad that you brought this issue up because it's a bigger issue as far as I'm concerned. That it's sort of the elephant in the room and nobody wants to talk about it, but I guess that's my DNA. I have the highest respect and like Dr. Simon. Both I know of his medical profession because he works with an organization I'm involved with. his community sense, and more importantly, his integrity. So coming from that kind of respect, what I owe you is directness as a friend. As you watch me in this institution, I am a believer in institutions, and I'm a great believer in form, and I'm a great believer in following the process. That's what's made society stable, and those rules make our societies, whether it's at national level or a little Key Biscayne, orderly and efficient. And the rules, as the chief knows, applies to everybody. I violated a principle that I have, what I just stated, on the purchase of Harbor Park solely on the basis of the respect that I have for you and your integrity. It was highly unusual for a private citizen to have contracts to buy purchase of land. And so I violated or flexible and that decision. I don't want to say I regretted it. I follow your involvement, not only here. I voted for it because I thought the lesser of two evils was that I needed to save that property. Your involvement in Hampton Park was extraordinary delegation to you and your family on design and caring and everything else, all of which is unprecedented, all of which is outside the form of efficient government. So the legal authority, and the counselor is here, of doing things in the village resides 100% on this council elected, 100%, who then in turns, as per our charter, delegated to a manager to carry out our policy decisions. We cannot have, under the theory of say something, people interfering with workers of the village. We cannot have unengaging conversations of some degree of animosity with directors. The duty and the order of things have to be to call the manager or an elected official. We're starting with a new manager. We have a lot of new people. I want to get back on track. And while I applaud what you bring up, because I happen to share your views, I'm drawing the line on this kind of, it's not just say something, it's the way things are being said, it's the way that authority is assumed. It is not conducive to promoting good people in our professional staff, and it circumvents the system. And I'm very system oriented. So I would hope that in the future, and because I hold you in the highest regards, you channel those accordingly through the manager, which is the one who has our delegated authority to stop it. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if stopping that work even cost us money if they're subcontracts. But we just can't be having people, doing these kinds of things. Now, it's a bigger issue than you, but it's happened a little bit. But this is an opportunity, since you talk about form. Allison, also because it came up at the last minute, and I agree. I already walked all that area, and ironically enough, I happen to, and I'm a fanatic of open spaces, I happen to think that the lesser of two evils is to not do it in the park, because it destroys the visual aesthetics of open spaces, which I've been fighting on 530. We cannot improve on nature. So when I walked through and I thought about it, I said, he's right about it. I'm ready to decide today, but I think if you want, because the cost benefit versus the safety issue, I think it would destroy the essence of the park. But that's my view. So I disagree with the methodology you did, and I hope that we don't have to cross this again. But I happen to agree with your conclusion, and I personally think that we should not put concrete in a very beautiful piece of land. It's sort of my view. And I'm sorry that I extended, but I want to, enhance our professional staff.
Frank?
I'm with you. I'm with Allison on this. I think that just to add a few thoughts to supplement what you both said, I perceive a general sense that the sidewalk projects have metastasized too much in places that don't make a lot of sense relative to the strategy of safe routes because they're in relatively low traffic areas in some places. I think this is that area. This is not a place where I perceive kids are walking to school a lot. But there is that crosswalk and the sidewalk on the other side. And it seems to me that this, unless there's a compelling reason that I haven't understood yet, this is a linkage to avoid. It just doesn't seem material to me. I don't know whether the path that Steve described in Hampton Park, which is very nice, would satisfy the Safe Routes program because of the surface. But if this is going to proceed, I'd like to know that. And because these are specimen trees and so important to the aesthetic in the park, I'd like to be pretty damn sure that these would not be root damaged in a way that would put them in harm. So, and it seems also to me that the discussion about Hampton or Harbor Park and the discussion about safe routes to school generally drew a lot of public attention, a lot of comment, a lot of participation. And I'd be reluctant to do this without adequate notice for that reason alone.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, may I?
I'm sorry.
I just
didn't turn your direction.
Just want to jump in. My immediate problem with this matter right now is I just don't think we can vote on this without having public notice, period. I think we can discuss it. And Chad, please correct me if I'm wrong legally, but I don't think, I would not assume that a council can vote on an issue that has not been publicly noticed and was added, was not on the public agenda. So for that reason alone, I would say, let's table this to the next meeting.
Chad?
Technically speaking, it was added to the agenda and there were public comments. So technically you can do it, but I think the better practice is what you're suggesting. Underneath our rules though, you would have to, because this would be somewhat of a dispositive action, that you would probably have to make a determination that it's time sensitive, I would think, because it's not listed as a resolution or a motion or something to that extent. So technically speaking, people add items to agendas all the time and it's a regular council meeting. So it's understood that items are going to come up. There is notice, there was public comment. But I agree that the better practice is probably not, is to wait until there's further notice.
I move that we table this until the next meeting.
Well, before we do that, Jake, you've heard Steve's comments. Do you want to rebut those, please, or agree with them? I guess there's a couple of things. One is the necessity to have this, or the advantage of having this. Number two is the trees he's mentioning. On how would you go about?
Yeah, the first point, the necessity. Again, this was right. This was not as part of initial design drawings, but this is a very common practice to make field changes as you see fit for the project. Right. That's basically under my purview. Okay. It was our determination that it made sense, and albeit that it's covered by Florida Department of Transportation, no additional burden to the village's budget. Again, necessity, it provides connectivity on east side of Harbor from McIntyre to West Unit, provides safety. How much safety, that's up for debate. It's can be discussed. But again, if you don't do this segment, we still complete Safe Routes to Schools project and that'll be the end of it. So it's not gonna make or break this project.
Okay.
So that's point one. Point two, the damage to trees. On this job, we've been above and beyond and spent a lot of man hours with office as well as in construction site to avoid removing trees this project called out for number of trees to be removed, and we worked very hard. Design drawings called for number of trees to be removed, and we really worked out in the field to actually cut it in 50%. So we actually removed a lot less than what design drawings and permit drawings called for. That's number one. So that's our number one, thing that we follow to preserve existing vegetation. And the tree root pruning is a very common practice. And we have horticulturalists, arborists, and staff looked at it. And yeah, there will be some pruning roots to put the sidewalk, but it's not going to damage, it's not going to kill the tree. It's a very common practice, been done all the time, and I don't see any issue or any damage in the foreseeable future to these trees.
How wide is the sidewalk?
5 feet.
And basically, what is the cartway and what is the right-of-way on Harbor Drive?
I believe Harbor Drive is 120 feet right away.
120?
Yeah.
And basically, and how long is the paved road? 50 feet or more?
I would say so, about 50 feet. So east side of Harbor is where you have the most of the right-of-way reserved.
So the question then becomes, how far could you extend the concrete sidewalk towards the paved area to not damage, as Luis said, the view and the area of the street?
So the location that we staked out was edge of the sidewalk would have been about 12 feet from edge of the travel lane. The minimum requirement is 3 feet. So you could literally move this thing another like 7 or 8 feet to the west end. Yeah.
You also mentioned, I think earlier, Steve did, I don't know who did, that in order to do this, because this is a DOT project or something else, we can't do this anyway without the state's approval. Is that correct?
Regardless of, no, you are correct. So state has to approve, yes.
So at this point in time, we can't do the project anyway.
It's approved already. We asked for, we put a change order, right, yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. But if there's a change, we'll submit again and we'll locate it. That's not an issue.
Motion to table?
Yes.
Made by Steve, made by Frank, second by somebody? Second. By Ignacio. All the, you want to call?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
It's important to say that if it was a mistake, we have to support our professional staff, particularly when they may, out of good faith, make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an underlying issue for me. And also, we have already 7 of us. If you're going to have, all kinds of other citizens interfering, we're not going to be efficient ever. But I think it's important to note that they professionally thought it was the best thing. I have my very clear, don't have to go to hearing, it will destroy, and you and I were on opposite sides of purchasing this property, which was already, the methodology was controversial, and yet we took the bold, unpopular position that it was an investment, not an expenditure, and I like to keep it as a park. And there is no way in the world, and walk it through, that you can put a sidewalk through beautiful green.
I understand your position.
Okay, but I'll vote for deferral only because I think due process.
I don't think it's fair for you to say that our staff, whether it be Jake or Steve or Carlos, made a mistake. It's a difference of opinion.
No, I said if, as I told the police, if our professor make a mistake, we need to make sure, particularly when they're prepared to, because they make it out of professional judgment, looking for the goodwill. They don't do it out of malice. And we need to make sure that everybody has the right kind of dialogue with our employees.
No argument.
Okay.
Yes,
You have
Allison.
a public comment that's been waiting. Ceci Sanchez has,
And may I
has
have
had
a
her hand up.
clarification? Was that Councilmember Moss who voted nay?
It was Councilman. No, I don't think anybody voted nay.
I voted aye.
Everybody voted
Okay,
to table.
thank you.
By the way, Vice Mayor, public comments already was closed.
No, we hadn't done the second one. We added the leader.
All right.
Ceci?
Pound 6.
Ceci, you're on.
Ceci, you can unmute yourself in the.
Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. What Steve Simon said is all news to me today, now. I would like to find out, I know you say we should not interfere with what staff decides, but I believe the landscaping committee should have had some notice of this. Those trees are the main focus of that park. If we ever get to design that park could be gorgeous. We should try and save those Royal Poincianas. If we can move this sidewalk, if it is necessary to have that sidewalk, move it closer to the street, please. I believe there is, 25 feet easement there? Move it to the street, closer to the street. Or let the kids walk through the park from one side of the street to the other. Why do they need to have a sidewalk if we have a park? If you have an entrance, they can walk through the park and maybe they get the idea that we have a park there. Please, please, one tree down is too many. How many trees were destroyed or taken down for the sidewalk project? I believe more than 20. Are you going to replace those trees that were taken down? And are we going to have a sizable specimen put back again? We need the shade. Please respect our green, diminishing tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ceci.
Vice Mayor, before I make a motion to adjourn, I want to say that you've done an extraordinary job. It hurts me to say it, but you did a very efficient job and fair. Thank you.
Pleasure. Any other comments? Or are we all done with this? Hearing
I
nothing,
move adjournment.
motion to adjourn.
Wait,
Luis?
we have
We have another
discussion
item.
items.
Oh,
we
I'm
have-
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we didn't withdraw. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Ignacio.
which one?
I'm sorry. No, we're on the. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. Which
Hold
one,
on
sir?
Yeah.
You're on
golf cart
12B.
ordinance, my golf cart ordinance,
I
Ed's golf
apologize.
cart inspections, and then there's the
Yeah,
records.
I'm sorry.
Ed.
Yes, sorry.
Let's be merciful to Jocelyn.
Okay, so we're. All right, so basically at this point, we've, Mike has asked this to be deferred. Ignacio would like it heard. If not voted on to just.
Yeah, I
discussion.
just want to
There's
further
nothing
the
to vote on.
discussion. Right.
There's no vote.
Just further the discussion. Last time, 1 and 2, I think, kind of go together because I also had a point about number 2 that Ed put on there. Last time we met, I guess we asked the attorney to come back with a report or opinion as to our ordinance. The main issues that I found with our ordinance were, number 1, in my opinion, it conflicts with Florida statutes regarding the age of who the operator can be. Aside from that, we have the issue of driving golf carts on Crandon Boulevard. Just as an aside, since that last meeting, I received several emails from residents pointing out, and I believe Councilmember McCord pointed it out too, that towards the southern end of Crandon, basically from Seaview Drive south, there really is no place for golf carts to go anywhere besides Crandon Boulevard. There's so little traffic down in that direction, I don't think allowing golf carts on Crandon Boulevard south of Seaview Drive would be a problem. But I still see golf carts on Crandon Boulevard as a problem, as Chief Press said before at the last meeting. We have an ordinance that is difficult, if not next to impossible to enforce, in that the ordinance says you can only drive a block on Crandon Boulevard in a golf cart. We're being hypocrites by just allowing the ordinance to exist and not doing anything about it. You either amend the ordinance to let people drive up and down Crandon all they want, like it's actually being done, or you enforce it, or you ban it. If not, our word means nothing and our ordinances mean nothing if we're going to decide which ones are selectively enforced or not. And finally, going to the golf cart inspection point that Ed brought up, there's something that I was thinking about since the last meeting. Our ordinance says all the different requirements that golf carts need to have in order to be street legal. And as was discussed at the last meeting, they need to be inspected once a year and get a little sticker, and you pay and you ride around. Councilmember Moss brought something up that he didn't know that our ordinance included the little triangle in the back, that his golf cart, in fact, does not include the triangle in the back. And I'm not calling him out for doing something wrong, but it leads me to believe if his golf cart does not have the triangle in the back, yet it's passed inspection, it's got a little sticker on it, then who's doing the inspections of the golf carts? 3 blind mice? I mean, is it really happening at all? What else is not being looked at on the golf carts? So we basically have an ordinance that is not applied and is not followed. So we either wipe out the whole thing, fix it, or take it seriously, because we look like hypocrites. We look like hypocrites in how it's being applied. So that's my whole point. Now, with the point as to the age of the operator, I think we got a problem with Florida statutes. I'll let the attorney give his opinion. It won't be known unless somebody files a lawsuit against the village to decide who's right and who's wrong. But that for me is not even the main part of the problem. The main problem is the traffic safety problem with golf carts up and down Crandon Boulevard. People drive up and down the entire length of the road. People drive in the left lane, even though they're not supposed to. People drive without seatbelts. People drive with kids hanging off the sides. People drive without driver's licenses. Take your pick. Pick a problem. It's only a matter of time until there's a tragedy. Honestly, I don't understand how it hasn't happened yet, knock on wood, but it's a problem that we can fix. So that's my point.
Thank you. Any comments?
If the point is to study this, I'm all in. Let's get an opinion, but I don't want to do this on a fly. I'd like to get something in writing so that we can criticize constructively what the law says, and then we'll have a conversation.
And I'll withdraw or defer the golf cart inspection.
So let me ask you, as part of the discussion, I have a question. What is the appetite with this council for banning golf carts on Crandon, north of Seaview Drive?
Well,
I would tell you that golf carts are banned. Golf carts are banned on Crandon under the ordinance, except where you have to go to cross.
1 block. Well, no, you can drive one block
to cross. Right. So,
but it's not enforced.
It's not 1 block. It's close as cross.
No, you can drive 1 block. You can get on Crandon as long as you get off at the next immediate exit. So you can drive 1 block. But the problem is people drive the full length.
Coming from the towers of Key Biscayne, and you're going anywhere else, you can't go 1 block.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's why he's saying south of.
I'm saying, okay.
So I'd like to answer take my turn to answer Ignacio's question. What is my appetite in banning golf carts on Crandon Drive, north of Seaview Drive, or even maybe north of West Mashta?
Yeah.
My appetite is I'd like to look at it. I'm not going to give you an answer right now because I literally want to go out there and look and think and see from every person's house what is going to be the unforeseen consequence that we don't know when we just make the decision up here. Okay. So that's my answer. I will tell you that a block sometimes feels necessary. For example, I went today from my house on Curtiswood and Westwood to my apartment on Sunrise, almost all the way to the beach club. And to get there in my golf cart, I traveled Westwood Drive towards Crandon. I turned on Crandon. I went 1 block to Enid. I went down East Enid and around to Sunrise. If I were not to have done that, I would have had to either go through the Winn-Dixie parking lot, which is like a disaster and way too crowded to begin with, or up Fernwood and by like where the BB&T used to be and where the doctor's office is. Also an area that has like a lot of extra pedestrians and especially kids on Fernwood. So I don't know if the better choice would have been and safer choice to go that way. So for me, I'm happy to look at it. I want our golf carts to be the safest they can be. I've talked about this before. You've heard it when I used to live on Glenridge, the golf carts were insane and so unsafe, and I saw it every day. So, like Frank said, I am all for studying this, looking at it, cleaning up the ordinance if need be, changing enforcement. But tonight, I couldn't give you an answer.
Okay. Anyone else?
Vice Mayor?
Frank or Luis?
Vice Mayor?
Who's that?
I can jump in.
Brett.
Yeah, I would
So
just say
quiet
that
all night.
I know. My appetite is, one quick thing right now, at least. There's some places that you can't get to. If you can figure out how to get to the library without touching Crandon, it's impossible. You can't get to the parking lot. So there are still places, and I think what Councilmember McCormick said is right. We have to look at it very closely. But until we can get access to every single place, I think that we have to allow at least one block somewhere for people to get to a place like the library at this moment.
Great. Okay, anybody else? If not, and again,
at the end of the day, Vice Mayor.
Sorry?
At the end of the day, we wouldn't have this problem if people were conscious of following the rules and courtesy. We cannot put any more burden on the police department.
It is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, but we also, it is a privilege, sir, and it is our right to stop it if they don't comply. Just like we approach the issue of kite surfing and they got together, they got to get together, because otherwise, I'm to your answer, I'm for banning.
Okay.
But I think we should look at more facts. But
Chad, do you want to say something this evening, or you want to bring a written thing to give us a written opinion after this?
How about your proposal?
No, about what
I think
Nastia
that
was saying about.
I'm sorry.
Are we violating state statute?
So these are not new issues. In 2009, the council had a golf cart safety advisory board discussing exactly what you're talking about now. The issues that Ignacio brings up were discussed at length. There's several attorney general's opinions on the issue. And at the time, the council decided to proceed as is. I'm all for bringing the ordinance forward and you guys looking at it. I think it's important. I think that it's worthy of the discussion. I do. I would prefer if we could do it not, maybe in a workshop setting where we can look at the whole ordinance and have more time, because it's an in-depth discussion as opposed to right now. But, I'm at your will here.
Does that make everybody happy to have a workshop going forward?
Okay. Yeah, but let me tell you something, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Please.
Because I know that we have a philosophy difference on approach. I don't know many courts that would not look to respect local jurisdiction unless it's a blatant conflict with state statute. They will almost always defer to the judgment of the elected officials by virtue of philosophy. The closer you are to the problem, the better. I say that because sometimes we get so wrapped up on legalities that we don't do anything. I'd rather be turned down in a court later on than sit around and waiting or have opinions of what the law is. If it's a safety issue, we have to bite the bullet and decide. That's what we got elected for, and let the legal chips fall where they may.
And that was the discussion in 2009, and I think we should have it again. Okay. And then I also would suggest maybe think about a legislative platform also at Tallahassee at some point. So.
Thank you. Jocelyn will call around and fix some dates that's convenient for all of us to have a workshop, and we'll advertise it, let people come in, express their opinions, and we can come back and make a decision if that's acceptable to everybody. It is? Great.
The next item, Mr. Vice Mayor, is public record transparency. Vice Mayor London.
We basically discussed this, agreed to a lot of these things before, and that is that basically all our records are public. And when people want to see what we do, who we pay, how much we pay, how much we get, all the things happen, they should be able to get it without going through a public records request, then have Jocelyn start looking for it, then she can't look for it, her assistant looks for it, then gets done, takes all her time, or her assistant's time, and then she comes and says, okay, you owe me $20, $50, $100, depending how much time and effort she has to put into it, and the time until the person gets it. So we started by publishing our check register of all our disbursements. And what I'm saying is we should publish everything. When I say publish, not say here in the island everything's here, but people could go on to the website and look under everything we do, everything we spend, everything we pay, and know, because they are basically our shareholders. It's their business. So there's no reason why everything can't be public. So what I've asked is to come back. Benjamin prepared something, and he's very familiar with this, and come back and say, okay, we can do this, but there's always a cost involved, and put that into the next budget. So we'll be able to discuss it and say, hey, is it worth doing it? In my opinion, this is a public body. Everything should be public. People should not have to pay to learn. People not have to request. Jocelyn should not waste her time doing it. And basically, we can't go back. It cost a fortune and do everything that happened in the last 30 years. So I'm saying going forward, and then when she does have the time, start putting this stuff present, going back, and it'll relieve a tremendous amount of work for her, and it'll make us transparent, and everybody will know what we're doing. I mean, they found out I'm eating pizza in the back, and then they've got a state statute that said that, the state said, really shouldn't have coffee and donuts. So I've asked Chad for an opinion, and he said the state rules don't affect us, and pizza's okay.
Oh, it wasn't a state statute, though. It was rules regarding the state agencies. Just to be clear.
Just so you understand, there are residents, and it's their money, and they have the right to say, how are we spending their money?
I agree with you.
They whipped up the thing about the state, about greeting cards, I think, coffee, donuts, various other things that you're really not allowed to spend state money on. And it didn't mention pizza, but anyway, it probably comes under that. So okay, let everybody know what's happening.
So what you're saying is to ask the manager through his people to just initiate this process.
Actually,
well, that's what I'm doing.
You want a budget?
We have to have a cost and everything before we say do that. We have no things cost.
Okay.
Okay. When we were looking for a new clerk, I asked around a lot of questions. I got the email that you circulated on this point a few weeks ago.
Jocelyn.
To Jocelyn, correct. This actually does not fall under the purview of the manager's office. This falls under the clerk's office.
Yeah.
Now, there are municipalities that are already doing this. When we were looking for a clerk and I started studying up on it, there's a program called Laserfiche, Laser, F-I-C-H-E, that you scan and digitize every single document in the village. And you have a search field on our village website where people type in a word and automatically, without the clerk having to lift a finger, they get access to everything. So it would not fall under the manager's office. The clerk would have to put together something for us, including a plan for purchasing the software, purchasing the whatever hardware you need to scan all the documents, and then you're going to need the hard drives to store all this and connect it to the internet. So it is absolutely doable. Many cities already do it. I'm all for it, because instead of having a manual search for public records requests, it is there without anyone having to do anything. So full speed ahead on that one.
Thank you. Benjamin, by the way, is familiar with this. He knows the systems and everything else, and he will get a cost for us before budget time comes, hopefully in a week or two, to tell us how much this is going to cost us for Jocelyn to do this. And then we'll know.
And we're going to need the personnel too.
So. But I don't agree 100% that that's just Jocelyn. I mean, this sounds like
it falls under the clerk's office.
The majority of this will be under IT, I believe. I think 95% of it. I mean,
the doing of it, but it's the clerk's sure. Right. It falls under the clerk is the head of this project, and then she uses whatever personnel she needs. But because it is public record documents, that falls under the job of everything that has to do with the clerk.
All right, so we'll do it. To Mr. Moss' point, we're very small. Let's just don't, she has enough to do. Let's walk across each other's office and help each other come up with the numbers. And before you conclude, I'd like to ask the manager, when are we going to get the first hearing in 2 weeks is about community budget? The upcoming meeting on the 29th?
He's talking the June 29th, community, yes, the community groups.
Group
And then on
representation.
the July 26th will be the
For
budget presentation.
for the June 29th, you're gonna give us something? Just a
No.
present? No?
Well, we can if that's what the council wishes, but right now our plan is to just present the community groups on the 29th and then the budget estimate on July 6th.
I don't understand.
The community groups will give their request or their wish list of what
But
they
they
want.
already have him. He already
Well,
has it.
Yeah, but you're going to basically, they're going to come before you and you're going to say, well, you want $10,000 for this.
Yeah, that's what I want, the list. Peter Pan Society is asking for
Well,
$15,000.
He's saying he's going to give you the list and the people will come from
Okay.
these community groups. That's all, on that date.
Yeah, so that way we have
You'll
it
have this thing
before.
ahead. Yeah.
Right. And we'll give it to you in the standard time period before
Great.
that,
Yeah,
that meeting.
okay.
Good. You'll have it. Frank, you have a question?
Move to adjourn.
Wait, there's one more item.
Wait,
Excuse me. One more
Ignacio.
item. Excuse me.
I did that a half an
Ignacio has
hour
an
ago.
item here.
The
Didn't
KBK
work.
Center, Councilmember Segal.
Yes, I'll make this very quick, and hopefully Councilmember McCormick could fill me in on this. Over the last 3 or 4 days, I've gotten, I don't know how many phone calls from people, parents from the KBCS, that apparently something's going on over there that I'm not fully educated on. There are a lot of rumors, there's a lot of innuendo, there's a lot of misinformation. I'm not even sure what's the correct information yet, but I wanted to bring this to the council's attention because events that will take place over the next month I think are going to be important for ourselves and our community. Basically, there are 3 things that are being affected with potential cuts or the threat of cuts or the rumors of cuts at the KBCS. Number 1 is the ELS program. I said that right? No, what is it?
EFL, Extended
ESL,
Foreign
sorry.
Language. EFL.
I always get the EFL.
Extended Foreign
Language Program, correct. That there are a certain number of classes, 4 classes in the past, and now the rumor is they want to cut it to 2. Number 2, the media center that was recently renovated to the tune of $40,000 by donations by the community, whether or not it's going to stay open or if it does stay open in the same capacity. Number 3, one of the workers in the media center, her name is Mabel Cruz, whether or not she's still going to be working in the K through 8 or not. And just in general, the involvement of our community in the K through 8 and frustrations that are going on there right now. I watched the last EAB meeting that was last week. I'll be honest, some direct questions were asked of the school district representatives, and I felt there were more non-answers than answers. I would like to watch the next one and participate. I plan on reaching out to many more people, past and present presidents of the PTA, but there are definitely things going on in the K through 8 that are concerning a lot of our residents with regard to programs that may not be offered in the future, and people are agitated and not happy. So I would just ask the rest of the council to look into that also so we can make educated decisions in the future or state what our policy is going to be in the future.
Thank you. Allison?
So I'll do my best to try to answer and address to the best that I can, of course, not being a representative of the school district, but knowing a little bit, maybe more, being the EAB liaison. So I'll probably miss some, Ignacio, so tell me which ones. So to start, just in the way of background, there has been an administration change at the Key Biscayne K-8 Center. Sylvia Tarafa was the principal for a long time and also had the added benefit of being a member of our community for way longer. And so there were, I think you get sort of typical challenges and bumps in the road when you have any administrative change. Throw on top of it that it happened during COVID. So I think there's a lot of concern and a lot of frustration and a lot of what I've seen from both the parent side and the administration side is some missed opportunities because of COVID for relationships of trust to be built and for good communication to happen. And my hope is that will improve as things normalize a little bit. But to get to the specific concerns, I've heard them as well. Obviously, I was at the EAB meeting. So the first thing I think I'll address is the non-answers. The issues were a late addition to the agenda, and for a series of coincidental mistakes or circumstances, the school district had no idea what the agenda item was about. So she felt very blind. The representative that we deal with comes from the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. She is not at the school site, and she did not know ahead of time what the concerns were to be prepared. And I think she was a little frustrated at being caught off guard like that and felt a little bit set up. That was, of course, not the situation and not the way that the village operates with the school district usually. So she did say that she would look into things, and I've since spoken to her again, and she is indeed doing that. In response to concerns from the community, I had a call last night at 7 p.m. I was on the phone with the principal of the K-8, Mari Terry Rojas, who is our school board representative, and the superintendent of the Central Region, Dr. Lewis. And we talked through some of these concerns, and so I can go through. The first is the closing of the media center. The principal assured me in front of her boss and the school board rep, she has no intention whatsoever of closing the media center. Her budget has taken a hit. The way that the school district operates their budget is they base their numbers on the number of students enrolled. And it's an FTE count. I forget what FTE stands for.
Full-time equivalent students.
Thank you.
Regular student is one. A gifted student has a multiple
Yes.
of that. And a, what do you call it, handicapped student can go 7 or 8 times as a regular student.
Thank you. Do you want my job as the liaison? You can have
keep
it.
going. You're doing
Okay.
great.
So the numbers down as a result of COVID. Some people have chosen to put their kids in different online school options. Some people chose to put their kids in private schools that opened up sooner. The expectation is that enrollment will go up over the course of the summer. Traditionally, the K-8 center gets a real influx of enrollment almost immediately before school starts, which is really an issue for the budget because of the way the school district does it. They have a budget conference in July, and if people haven't enrolled, they don't account for those kids until the next time they do like a census, which is October. So the one thing that I thought of, and we discussed at the EAB meeting, and I'd like to ask the council if they're okay with asking the manager to do this, a way that I thought that the village could help that problem would be to use some of our communication channels to communicate to residents, specifically new residents that arrive, maybe an Instagram post or something at the sign at the entry block to remind people to go and register their kids, because the sooner they do that, if they intend to have them in school next year, the sooner the principal has a more accurate understanding of the number of kids that are coming, and the sooner she'll have more money in her budget. So I thought that seemed like a very easy thing that we could do to support and help this problem. That was just a little aside. But so the media center, she has no intention of closing it. She is trying to be creative with how she staffs it. And she has not put the media specialist, which was a paid position that was a very expensive position. She has that woman filling a spot of a teacher. She is a certified teacher. She put her back in the classroom, which then raised the issue of how do you have a media specialist assistant when you don't have a media specialist? So that brings us to the long-term employee, 21 years, Mabel Cruz. And the principal assured me she is working with Mabel to try to find some way to keep her at the school in some other capacity, hoping that down the road, money will come in where she can put her back in the media center. But she is planning on staffing the media center in some other creative way with hourly employees. So the concern of it being closed is hopefully not, I have on authority, not a concern. She is working with Ms. Cruz to try to keep her there. I know there was discussion about trying to bridge the gap of that salary with maybe money from the new education foundation that was started, or perhaps some of the money that the Education Advisory Board works with the school district to prioritize. But those discussions are preliminary at best. The other concern was the EFL program. So the explanation that I got for that was that a lot of these are staffing issues in terms of qualified teachers to teach the class, but also to have enough teachers to cover all the positions. And that is, I would imagine, part of the issue that we have a national teacher shortage. And it's been an issue in Miami-Dade County for a while. So I think Ignacio's right to sort of prime this body that there's rumblings of things going on. I was encouraged by the conversation I had with the principal that she's doing the best she can. I did the best I could to express to her how important it's been for the village of Key Biscayne to have this really amazing working relationship with the school district. And Frank, I know you can attest to this. And Chad, you've shared with me in the past that other municipalities that you work with, that you've never seen anything like this. Now, of course, it feels like this is our school, but it isn't. The school district runs this school, not the village of Key Biscayne. And we've been very lucky to enjoy the relationship that we have, that we've had a lot of influence, and they take our concerns, they work with us. And I think in turn, we've been excellent partners. So I think it is something that the EAB needs to continue to work on. I think it's something that may come before us in different ways. But in terms of those specific concerns, those are the answers that I got. And I do think that we need to work as a community on, and I know the principal told me that she shared this with you, on trying to work directly with her and with the school district instead of getting the rumor mill going and the sort of cross communication. Did I miss things?
No, that's pretty much. I unfortunately I reached out to the principal. I could not speak to her on the phone. We exchanged a couple of emails, which I'd be happy to forward to the rest of the council. I'll be also happy to forward other emails that I received or copies of emails. I heard pretty much everything you just said. The concern that many people had is that those answers led to other questions that are still unanswered. So it's not anything that's going to be resolved tonight, but I just wanted to bring it up. I ask each council member to reach out to the residents, to reach out to the school. Let's find out what's going on, because yes, it is a public school. It doesn't quote unquote belong to us, but we have a heck of an investment in it. And it's part of the core of what makes us us. So let's please educate ourselves so that if it comes up at the next council meeting, we know more answers and we can dispel rumors at the very least, at the very best, come up with a solution that helps.
Thank you.
I
Frank,
have one very
please.
important
Go
question.
ahead.
That's it. On your classifications of students, would you personally qualify as an outstanding?
A retard.
Or just order?
Mentally challenged.
They don't use the word.
So it's on the
Allison,
record. It should be
help
on the
him.
minutes.
Frank?
No.
Okay, the only thing, Ignacio, not to repeat again, but if in fact we find that there are things that we want in the school system, in our public school, that are not being done, the educational, our board, plus the Parent Teachers Association, what they have to do is go down to board meetings. Talking to representatives is fine, but if you want to get something done, you get down there and everybody gets up and speaks, and one after the other, and you will find that, I mean, listen, I spent 4 years there, and this is what happens. They don't want you there.
I'm all with you. And if we can organize a mass showing, if that's in our best interest, let's do it.
Well, that's not, you got to be, bodies got to be there. When bodies are there, it really makes it. Is there anything else to discuss this evening here or not? Anybody make a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Made by Luis, seconded by Frank. Any discussion? Hearing none. Call the question. She did. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Ed.
Good job.